Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, Sabah al-Khair, good morning, Ahlan bikum fi Yom Athani, welcome to you all. A very warm welcome today too. Of this distinguished gathering. I hope you enjoyed day one. I certainly did. We had a fantastic day one. And this is an event that really promises to shape the future of the tourism sector. I'm Maria Ramos. I'm an international TV news anchor for TRT World based in Istanbul. And yesterday we heard a lot about education, and that culminated in some very big and exciting news. His Excellency, the Minister of Tourism, Ahmed Al-Khatib, unveiled the Riyadh School for Tourism and Hospitality. Fantastic news indeed. And as His Excellency said, this school is a gift from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the world because it will be open to everyone to enjoy the best training in tourism and hospitality. Fantastic. Congratulations. And now, when Saudi Vision 2030 was unveiled, it had a clear vision to support promising sectors and to transform them into economic pillars. In the field of tourism and leisure, the commitment to creating world-class attractions, streamlining visa procedures and preserving historical heritage sites was resolute, and we are seeing that outcome today. And similarly, the UN World Tourism Organization has underscored investment as a top priority. It acts as a conduit that links member states, destinations, businesses, and investors. And today, our spotlight is on investment and the economy in relation to the tourism industry. And yesterday was such a beautiful day, a celebration of World Tourism Day. And as His Excellency said, this is a happy sector. I remember that because it really is a happy sector to work in. And as we continue in this spirit of this significant day, today at this Tourism Leaders Forum, our theme, Tourism for People, Prosperity and Intercultural Dialogue, explores ideas and sustainable solutions for public and private sectors. Plus today, we will be discussing the concept of seamless end-to-end travel, which is such a crucial part of modern-day travel. And that's not all. We'll explore in the segment the future of investment in tourism. Our goal there is to spark innovative ideas and solutions to propel the tourism sector forward. And we will kick off day one with a very special presentation. Now, when I saw this name, I was very happy because I remembered last year when I was in Riyadh, I loved this presentation on the metaverse. So I'm very happy to announce our first speaker today to open day two. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Fahad Hamidadin, CEO of the Saudi Tourism Authority. A very big welcome to you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. There is no presentation. Thank you, Maria. It's just a quick remarks to open the day, and thank you all for this beautiful gathering. What a beautiful night we had last night. So, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, our distinguished guests, allow me first to address my boss, my bigger brother, my inspiration in this sector, that called me into this file when he hired me in 2019. I resisted so hard because I was worried about the sleepless nights. Yesterday, I literally had tears of joy, and I went to him. I told him saying, you keep pushing us, but I'm so proud. I'm so proud because of the reflections and the smiles that I saw yesterday. So, Your Excellency, thank you. Thank you every day for the opportunity. Your Excellency Zurab, you gave me probably more credit than I deserve. The idea is easy. Delivering, there are many people with great ideas, but delivering it is what makes people resilient and make people collaborative and make people determined to translate these ideas into much bigger, amplified initiatives that you launched yesterday, and we will continue supporting this initiative. So without further ado, thank you, Jerry, for the beautiful hospitality, and it was magical. The best comment I heard yesterday is, "Did you even get the moon ready?" And I looked up and I said, this is part of the magic, yet we did not orchestrate it. I wish I can take more credit, but no. We said tourism is good for all. Allow me just to say, tourists are agents of good, whether they know it or not. When we travel, but some people travel for business deals. That's one thing. Some for political deals. But tourists, they actually travel with their hearts in their hands, looking for what is good, looking for what is different, looking for inspiration, for stories. And what they do, they actually bag these memories in form of pictures or stories that they tell others. And in that very act, they are building bridges. They are passing understandings and perspectives. So, with that, STA commissioned a study earlier this month with YouGov. We covered 17,500 respondents. And we wanted to understand the willingness of people to go to destinations that are less understood, less known. And to no surprise, 2/3 were very reluctant to do so. But the very few, just below 90%, said those destinations that they knew least about were the most rewarding, inspiring, and mind-broadening. And it's when I shared those data points with the UNWTO team, they said, this is it. Let's bring back the power of tourism to a world that needs it the most. I mean, some of us heard the Secretary General of United Nations at the last G20 saying, the world is unhinged, is becoming unhinged. It's more divided than ever. Polarization, not just political or economical, but cultural as well. So this is the time we bring back the power of tourism to play a role that only it can create, because it creates the conversations, not of institutions, but conversations of people and hearts. So when we talk about visiting destinations that are less discovered, we're not talking about countries that are still rising in least visited. We're not talking about just countries. Even the most visited countries need this pledge. Even France, Spain, that are with us here today, need this, because many tourists still go to Paris, go to London, go to Barcelona, creating over-tourism and missing on all the great opportunities. So this is a uniting call, and again, thank you, Your Excellency Zurab, for making this a world initiative that will remain year-long. Now, if I talk about this opportunity, the beauty of it also drives growth, economic opportunities. And for us in Saudi, we're blessed to witness a growth like no other. We've been the fastest growing economy, we've been the fastest growing destination, and I just validated our numbers that will be announced soon, but in the first 7 months, we have hit the 16 million inbound visits, which is equivalent to the total year last year, in the full year, only in 7 months. So the second half, or the first half, sorry, is creating another record-breaking growth for Saudi. Few people I sat with yesterday, or I met, asked me, where do you think this growth is coming from? Is it investment? What is the recipe? What is the secret? I said, I think it's a manifestation of a new leadership and an aligned troops behind that leadership and vision. They say in revolutions, they say, a revolution is an outcome of three: a threshold of pain, critical mass, and a trigger that represents an opportunity. We are witnessing an economic revolution because this is not a threshold of pain, but this is a threshold of gain. We've been training our people behind doors. We've been getting ready. And the scale of this youth, young population and talent is so significant. And the opportunity came with a new leader that allowed us to skip 2 generations. This is what's happening in Saudi. After that revolution started, when the vision started, we started seeing all the lines, the troops align, and all our resources, people, money, set by KPIs in integrated fashion to drive that vision into delivery. So with that notion, staying on being open, Maria talked about the topics of the day. I encourage us all to be open to new ideas about the planet and prosperity. Yesterday we talked about people. We have a lot more to talk about today. I will leave you with that and maybe leave you with another highlight of yesterday, just to refresh the high moments of yesterday night. Thank you so much, and wish you a beautiful and successful day.
How can we lose sight of the shore if we all go to the same places?
How can we discover the new if the majority of travelers visit a minority of places on Earth?
Tourism has the power to move people, places, and even ideas, because the more we move, the more our minds open.
On this day, UNWTO launches from Riyadh the World Tourism Day Global Initiative. Tourism opens minds.
To open new frontiers, open up new routes.
Open homes to new people. Open us all to new cultures.
To open the minds and hearts of as many of the world's travelers as we can.
To open the door to a more diverse form of tourism and gather the whole world under one flag.
Inspired by the colors of the flags of every country in the world.
This is the beginning of the Tourism Opens Minds initiative.
Where
it goes depends on you.
Isn't it beautiful? Tourism opens minds. Fantastic. And thank you so much, Fahad Hamidadeen, for your opening remarks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is a distinct honor for me and privilege to extend a very warm welcome to a prominent figure whose leadership has greatly impacted the global travel and tourism sector, the esteemed chair of the World Travel and Tourism Council, Mr. Arnold Donald. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Thank you, Sabah Khair. Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency Al-Khatib, UNWTO, General Secretary Zarab, CEO Hamidadeen, and all the attendees. On behalf of the many members of WTTC around the world, it is indeed an honor and a privilege to have been invited to participate in the World Tourism Day. And certainly, it's an honor and privilege to be with you all here this morning for this follow-on event. Yesterday's World Tourism Day clearly was an unmitigated success. The launch of Tourism Open Minds, I think, is a very powerful presentation. And of course, last night's event was by all measures simply spectacular. You've done it again, Jerry. Thank you so much. So the theme for today, tourism for people, prosperity, and intercultural dialogue. It strikes at the core of what travel and tourism represents. For over 4 decades, World Tourism Day has celebrated this critical sector in our global economy, employing 1 in every 10 people on Earth and providing for the livelihoods of hundreds of millions more. Now, as we know, for some countries, tourism can represent over 20% of their gross domestic product. And it never hurts, excuse me, to restate just how important the travel and tourism sector is to our global economy. So, prior to the pandemic, travel and tourism, including its direct, indirect, and induced impacts, accounted for 10.3% of all jobs. That's over 334 million jobs. 10.4% of global GDP, that's 10 trillion US dollars, and international visitor spending amounting to $1.9 trillion in 2019. Now, importantly, during 2014 to 2019, travel and tourism accounted for 1 of every 5 new jobs created. In fact, in 2022 alone, there were 22 million jobs created, new jobs created. Now, as impactful as that is, as CEO Fahad pointed out, tourism also allows people to experience the world's cultural and natural riches, and even more importantly, tourism brings people closer to each other, highlighting our common humanity, discovering what we have in common, and celebrating our differences rather than fearing them. Tourism is a universal antidote to conflict, misunderstanding, hostility. Tourism is not only a powerful force for prosperity, it is a powerful force for peace. So at World Travel and Tourism Council, our mission is well aligned with this day. We believe the travel and tourism sector has the opportunity to lead in the protection of natural resources and in support of global climate and biodiversity goals. Businesses are increasingly prioritizing climate impact. We all set targets now and monitor and share progress to build capacities and invest appropriately, to collaborate and raise awareness. While much of the tourism ecosystem is beyond the direct control of travel and tourism businesses, such as sustainable infrastructure, ports, airports, energy grids, there is much we can do that is directly under our control. In 2021, 35% of tourism emissions came from tourism transport. Now, this so-called hard-to-abate sector at the moment is highly dependent on fossil fuel. We need special focus and support to transition towards low carbon and renewable energy sources, such as sustainable aircraft fuel and hydrogen. This transition will require some time, a lot of effort, and significant investment. The past 3 years, impacted by COVID, of course, have been a tremendous learning experience for us all. We've all witnessed travel and tourism emerging stronger than ever, demonstrating its ability to bounce back and to recover. The pent-up demand for travel and tourism is evident. In fact, this year, WTTC is forecasting that the entire sector will contribute $9.5 trillion to the global economy by the end of 2023. So consider our theme today: people, prosperity, and intercultural dialogue. Investing in our people and being inclusive is critical. Moreover, prosperity will continue to be driven by public and private partnerships, along with investment in education, like the great initiative here in Saudi Arabia that was announced yesterday, new technologies, digital transformations, more frictionless and seamless travel, and the pursuit of a net zero economy. At WTTC, we just released a study on the importance of retail tourism. Retail tourism is playing a pivotal role in the recovery of the travel and tourism sector, with inbound tourism revenues surging by 82% in 2022. Shopping is no longer just a leisure activity. It shapes travel decisions. It enhances destination appeal. It boosts foreign exchange earnings, and it supports local brands and products. Merging economic prosperity with enriching experiences, retail tourism uplifts communities while importantly celebrating the local cultural heritage. Now, a collaborative approach between retail, travel, and tourism can elevate the traveler's journey, balancing the sector's growth with conscious actions. The growth of tourism in Saudi Arabia is a testament to the transformative power of this industry. Just 4 years ago, as we heard yesterday, the kingdom launched its first ever international tourist visa, committing $800 billion. $800 billion of investment, far and away the biggest sum in the history of travel. Saudi Arabia's tourism sector is forecast to be worth $93.4 billion in 2023, which is around a tenth of the nation's GDP. And over the next 10 years, we can expect to see it grow at the fastest growth rate in the Middle East. In human terms, that's going to mean 1 million new jobs. The kingdom is proof of just how seamless travel can be when we get it right. Look no further than the $147 billion airport modernization project, using state-of-the-art technology such as eye recognition as a standard in all airports, and much more. Look back at this summer when thousands of Hajj and Umrah pilgrims from the UK, Tunisia, Kuwait, Bangladesh, and Malaysia entered the kingdom, visa-free, through facial recognition gates. Or consider the smart cities being built, like Neom, with immersive digital experiences that truly engage and inspire the traveler. And the Saudi Tourism Authority is already piloting an artificial intelligence travel app capable of creating bespoke itineraries for every single traveler. Today's agenda will further explore many of these critical topics, and I just want to encourage everyone to engage in dialogue, which is the third component of our theme today. So, thanks again for the leadership exhibited by His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and by Secretary Zarab and the UNWTO. We all have a bright future together in building inclusive, frictionless, joyful travel. So let's invest in that future, let's sustain it, and above all else, let's enjoy it. Thank you guys very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arnold Donald, for your keynote speech. Thank you so much. And now we move to the first panel of the day, Sustainable Future for Travel and Tourism. Our focus turns to government solutions and policies that pave the way for a sustainable tourism future. A future that's both competitive and enriching for our people and our planet. And to guide us through this important conversation, please join me in welcoming our fantastic moderator, Anita Mendirata, who is a special advisor to the UNWTO Secretary General and also the Saudi Tourism Authority. The floor is yours, Anita. Take it away.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of the UNWTO, Zurab Bolulikashvili. Your Excellency, Honorable Minister Al-Khatib, and the incredible host of this beautiful event and the coordinator of a spotlight last night on global tourism that even Mother Nature was supportive of with a beautiful full moon. Thank you for having us back in your home. Your Excellency Fahad Hamadadin, the beautiful CEO of Saudi Tourism Authority, who represented that tourism is not only inspiring, it's not only educating, it's deeply humbling. And his expression of how moved he was last evening is an example of his not just open mind, but open heart, and how it has transformed his life. To Arnold Donald, the lovely chairman of the WTTC, and Julia Simpson, the beautiful CEO of the WTTC. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, leaders from across the travel and tourism world, Assalamu alaikum, all protocols observed. I am delighted to be here moderating the first leadership dialogue of today's forum. We're going to be talking about investing in sustainable future for travel and tourism. As we've seen, yesterday's World Tourism Day event, last night's beautiful demonstration of the pledge, and today, has really reinforced the fact that the last 1,000 days that we had of talking about the why of tourism and how we're going to change it when the world opens up again is now our call to action. We talk about people, we talk about planet, we talk about prosperity, and with intercultural dialogue, we talk about talking, the power of tourism to connect people, people who consciously go to understand differences, people who consciously go to learn about each other, but importantly, they go to learn about themselves. Because again, there is nothing more humbling than being welcomed into someone else's home, feeling appreciated, and the beauty of being able to appreciate them back. We need to, however, we know, invest in the future of our industry if we are going to stay true to our words. We don't just need investments in sustainability. We need sustainable investment. So when His Excellency launched yesterday the new institute that is going to be here as a center of global learning for tourism and hospitality, Your Excellency, you said the commitment is for 5 years, but then it's going to be for 10 years. We need to make sure that we are sustaining our investments. And what we need to do, therefore, is make sure that leaders that we trust, are driving those changes, walking the actions that they talked about on all those little Zoom and Teams screens for 3 years. I am delighted, therefore, to welcome up to the stage leaders who are doing exactly that. Leaders who are committed to not talking, but delivering. And these are leaders who I'm delighted have agreed to take off the diplomatic filters as we have this conversation. So with that, it is my great pleasure to welcome to the stage His Excellency Khalid Al Falih, the Minister of Investment of Saudi Arabia. Sir, please. Thank you. We have as well a lioness of global tourism, as I like to call her, Her Excellency Patricia de Lille, the Minister of Tourism of South Africa. Shukran. We have joining us as well the Honourable Chester Cooper, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Tourism, Investments and Aviation of the Bahamas. Please. And we have Her Excellency Nikolina Brnak, the Minister of Tourism and Sport of beautiful Croatia. Madam. And we have joining us His Excellency Shripad Yesso Naik, the Minister of State of Tourism of India. Namaskar, sir. Please. Lovely. So for the next 25 minutes, we are going to be having a conversation not about the why, but about the how, the who, the when, the where, and importantly, especially for you, sir, the how much. What do we need to do to make this happen? Now, a little warm-up question for you all, because we always talk about sustainability. Sustainability that's now going to drive all of the objectives we have when it comes to people, to planet, to prosperity, and to intercultural dialogue. But one of the words we use all the time, which can actually be misunderstood, is the word sustainability. So I ask you all, and as we have a tight window of time, I'm going to start putting in time challenges.
Okay.
In 30 seconds, I'm going to start with you, Honourable Minister from Croatia. In 30 seconds, Madam, how do you define, not just in your mind, but in your heart, sustainability?
Well, first of all, allow me to say a few words and to thank Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the UNWTO for organizing this amazing event and this amazing topic according to green investments. And just to return to your question, I'll be short, very short. For me, sustainability means satisfaction of the local community, local people. And if you have satisfied local people and local communities, then you can have satisfied tourists coming. So you have to be on all three pillars, economic pillar, environmental pillar, and social pillar. I think this is all the three are important, but if you don't have happy local community integrated with the tourists coming, then you will not have satisfied tourists. For me, this is sustainability.
Well said, because you've tapped into the fact that Mother Nature is in many ways a tourism practitioner. And by grounding us all for that time, she showed that sustainability isn't just blue, green, and brown.
Yes.
It's the economic sustainability, the cultural sustainability, all of those things we saw stop and that pained us to see stop. Your Excellency, as the Minister of Investment of Saudi Arabia, how do you, sir, define sustainability?
Well, let me also echo what has been said, congratulating the entire global tourism community for what has been done, especially during the pandemic and since the pandemic, to preserve everything associated with travel and tourism, the people, the jobs, the institutions, and the strong rebound that we have seen. But I want to pay special tribute to my colleague and partner, Ahmed Al-Khatib and his team, Princess Haifa, Fahad, and the fantastic team. What they have done in the kingdom is beyond transformative. It's really, you know, a bar setting for the rest of us ministers to keep pace, because tourism as a sector is being defined right here in Saudi Arabia. Relevant to us, relevant to the Middle East, and hopefully from what I'm hearing and with the leadership of Secretary General Zurab, Saudi Arabia is helping define the future of tourism in a sustainable way, especially with the center being set here in Riyadh for decades and generations to come. You know, the first thing that comes to mind with sustainability is environmental, of course, and the ecology, especially with climate change and the pollution that we're seeing at ground level, and some diseases that are increasing as a result of pollution. So it's important that tourism becomes counter to this and actually helps through the connectivity that we create between institutions, technologies, and people. But also, as we've seen during COVID, the social cohesion sustainability is very important. And I don't want to bring that back, but I think we need, as we exceed, hopefully very soon, tourism before 2019, we need to make sure that the resilience we talked about the last few years is built into our plans, so that, God forbid, if we experience another type of shock to tourism, that resilience which was gained with COVID. And I think economic, as a Minister of Investment, of course, my day job is to make sure that there is sustainability on the economic side. We have to make sure that the entire ecosystem works together to make sure everybody is able to withstand the ups and downs, not just the seasonalities, not just the short-term economic shocks that the global economy faces, but beyond this. So what risks and support do governments provide to the tourism sector is very important. Absolutely. And this is something that I always talk to investors. We want to talk openly about what ensure that there is a floor so that they enjoy the upside, but they can also put their capital, put their capabilities, put their management know-how in building this resilient, sustainable tourism sector that we're planning. So economic sustainability is essential to achieve the environmental sustainability and the social sustainability. And in terms of environmental, as a Minister of Investment, of course, I link the investments we're making, and Arnold talked about it, investing in hydrogen, sustainable aviation fuels, and all of this. We want to make sure that those investments in fuels of the future, on smart cities, and mobility that is sustainable are linked and connected to travel and tourism, and give the tourist a sense of comfort that they are undertaking a journey, a vacation, a holiday, and along the way they are benefiting the environment, not harming it.
I must say that listening to you speak has been a delight because you've stretched 30 seconds beautifully. But however, trading up time, because I would strongly encourage everyone in the room, when you go back and look at the video of today's sessions, please capture the transcript of what His Excellency said. Because one of the hardest things in the tourism industry is actually making the business case for tourism. Why should people invest in it? And everything you've said right now, actually, sir, is a beautiful capture of that. So in terms of this panel, our work is done in many ways, but I'm not letting you go yet. I'm not letting you go. I think what's also important is that you've focused on something very important that is unique about the kingdom. And the Honourable Minister of South Africa and I were talking about this morning when she was reflecting on her experience. The world needs Saudi because Saudi is such a source of inspiration. It's such a source of demonstration of transformation. And importantly, it's such a source of demonstration of impatience in getting things done that it's a wonderful benchmark for us all to follow when we get nervous about we need to do policy making, we need to do regulation. So, Honourable Minister de Lille, in a South African 30 seconds, how do you define sustainability?
Assalamu alaikum. I first want to thank the Kingdom of Saudi and the wonderful people for the warm welcome to your country. Shukran for that. I agree with what His Excellency is saying, but I will sum it up in this way. We need economic growth. We need that balance. We need economic growth whilst we are protecting the planet. So sustainability is not just about protecting the environment, it's protecting our domestic tourism, for instance. That's the bedrock of all our tourism strategy. It is protecting the social infrastructure, our communities. So sustainability, and I'm happy that we're going in your direction, to say that sustainability is economic, it's political, it's social, and we need to find that balance, and that's what we as leaders must do. But I'm also happy that we're going to talk solutions. Saudi is such an inspiration, and I want to hear more solutions. You know, I want to hear, and I've seen most of what Saudi has done, but we need to learn from that experience and take it back to South Africa. And then also, thank you for the direct flight from Jeddah to Johannesburg that will come back towards the end of the year. That is just going to strengthen our people-to-people relationships. Shukran.
Brilliant. And you make a really important point, Honourable Minister, that sustainability is about interconnectivity of policies, of people, of destinations, because otherwise the nature of our industry is getting people from one place to another to experience it. And that's why, Honourable Minister, from the Bahamas perspective, I'd love to understand, how do you define sustainability, sir?
Firstly, let me thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this magnificent event, and my friend, His Excellency Al-Khatib, for his inspiring leadership. Where I come from in the Bahamas, in the Caribbean, sustainability is just not a buzzword, it is our way of life. You see, in the Bahamas, we rely 60 to 65% on tourism for jobs and for our economy. So when I think sustainability, I think about maximizing economic benefit, but at the same time protecting the jewels that we have for future generations. We have started a process with what we call ecotourism in the 1980s, which allowed us really to invite our guests to the Bahamas to explore the beaches, to explore the turquoise waters, really to experience the caves and the creeks and the crevices and the unique species. But at the same time, we recognize that this is a long-term play. And the reality of having an open economy of only 400,000 people with 100,000 square miles and lots of oceans, it is absolutely critical that sustainability is not a buzzword, but it is intentional, our way of life, not an option.
I'm so grateful you've called this out, because it's true. Everyone's talking sustainability now, and that's why I'm having this exercise. For you, it's an imperative. When you said that 69% of your population's GDP is based on tourism, my heart immediately felt an ouch, because I just think those years of grounding, what that meant. And Matthew Upchurch and I were talking this morning about the fact that if we're in the room, it means we made it through. There are a lot of people, lives and livelihoods we know that didn't make it. And that's where we have a responsibility to protect going forward. So I'm delighted you've shown that it's part of the DNA of how you think and do. It's not what you put on the statements themselves. And we now go, Honourable Minister, to India. From your perspective, sir, how do you define sustainability?
Thank you very much. I appreciated the government effort, Saudi Arabia's government effort, and have this World Tourism Conference here. India, I belong to India, and in India, the tourism is going on a very fast track. Our motto is, our slogan is Atithi Devo Bhava. The tourists come to our country, we treat them as a god, as a guest. And by this way, India is trying to make the sustainable development. And this tourism is a biggest instrument to bring the world together. We had just now have a G20 presidential meeting in India, and we thank all the countries. And we made the use of this country just to boost the tourism, and we are trying in every field. There are many stages of tourism. And by protecting our ecosystem, ecology, and sustainable tourism, we are going towards a sustainable tourism that can bring the prosperity to the country, that can create the employment, and also make the country in all measures a sound country. And everybody should try to make this each own country, and that tourism can make it very fast and very sustainable. Tourism can be, we can go for the tourism purpose.
Indeed, and Dhanyavad, sir, because you've been a lovely example as a destination that is demonstrating tourism's pride, the ability to really reactivate with your successful hosting of the G20 in this last year, and how you celebrated your country through all of the different events that took place. That was important. And I want to now talk about, as we're focusing on people today, and especially intercultural dialogue, one of the great beauties of this industry is the fact that, again, it opens people's eyes, minds, and hearts to difference, to understanding difference. And that's been a significant part and the genius and the transformation here in the kingdom. There's a parallel from some of the countries here, and that when I'm here, I feel my 26 years in South Africa, a country that re-emerged in the world using tourism as a way of building its identity. When we talk about sustainability, it's keeping the love of destination in heart. I'd love to understand from your point of view, Honourable Minister Dalil, the importance of when we talk about sustainability of a destination, investing in identity so that not just the world celebrates a destination, but the people of the country celebrate their home. Please.
Yes, definitely. We have to diversify our travel offerings, diversify the experience of tourists. And so what we are doing right now is to look at all of those hidden gems all over the country, so that people don't just fly into Cape Town and go to Kruger National Park and leave. And we've signed a memorandum of agreement with Google to map all of those hidden gems for us across our country, and the same with Airbnb. But to diversify your offering is very, very important to sustain the domestic tourism market. But the role and function of government must be clearly defined. We must play the role of creating the conditions, the environment conducive for the private sector to invest. Government can't do it alone. And so our success there is that we have offered a number of incentives to private sector to help us to repackage all of those hidden gems that we can put out there to the market. But South Africa now has been voted the best country to visit by a UK newspaper. And for me, it's a pleasure is how do you keep that up? And how do you make sure that our tourists come to our country, they are safe? 99% of them go back feeling that they have been safe. But we're also bringing in our culture and our history. The liberation route of where our founding father was kept on Robben Island, and then he was kept in another prison. And all the heritage sites, we are busy upgrading them so that we can share with the rest of the world the transformation of South Africa, the journey of South Africa to freedom that we all enjoy today.
Indeed. And like you say, the journey, but also the inspiration of South Africa,
Yes.
as these countries are. Now I'm watching my clock go down. And so we live in a modern world. We live in a social media world. I want all of our responses, please, to be tweetable, which means I need your answers in 140 characters. It's difficult, but I'm making life easy for everyone in the audience. So our lovely Honourable Minister of Tourism of Croatia. Honourable Minister Dalil speaks about the fact that we need these policies to be put in place, and you are very proud of the fact that you've just done that. What can you share with us in a tweetable fashion about how do you go from the we need to this is how it's done?
So we started this in 2020 when for all of us in the tourism sector with the pandemic, I cannot imagine what worse could have happened with the tourism sector and all of us. And then we started rethinking the tourism. The way, as Croatia, we are a population about 4 million people and 20 million people more tourists are visiting. And we know that we have a problem with mass tourism and problem with utility infrastructure and so on. And this is the beginning, which I started to speak in the beginning I was talking about local community, satisfaction of the local communities, and how to integrate local communities with the tourists coming to Croatia. So we decided to go with a big reform of the tourist sector. This reform consisted of several steps. First step was a strategy of sustainable development of tourism until 2030. And with writing of this strategy, we pointed out 4 important goals. First one is development of year-round tourism, regionally developed and balanced tourism. Second one, tourism that protects environment, space, and climate. Third one is tourism that is competitive, and then resilient tourism. And then, writing this strategy, we understood that we have to fulfill all the SDG criteria, and we fulfilled it through our strategy, all 17 goals. And then, second part was national plan, operationalization, how we are going to do this. The third was securing the grants and the funds for the investments. And the fourth, what we are talking about now, is the most important one, is a legal framework. So without of the legal framework, you could have also the best strategy in the world, and without of the grants and the legal framework, at the end, you cannot do anything. So first of all, with the legal framework, we are going to adopt it in the beginning of the next year, in the January. This legal framework means that we are going to, first of all, assure the data collection, and because in tourism, without data collection, you don't have anything, you cannot measure anything, you cannot fulfill anything, so we are bringing them all in the tourist sector for data analytics. Then the second part is we were doing, for now, satellite account of tourism, and now we are doing satellite account for sustainable tourism. That means not only for the economical, we are doing it for social and for environmental. So we will see how does the tourism affect also the local people and the lives, and it's going to be measurable. Then from the legal framework, we introduced also the indicators of sustainability. So we will see how it's going to affect for us. It is important to have the quality of the water, quality of the sea. We are one of the biggest, largest nautical fleets we have in the world. So we want to preserve this, how to protect our nature. So all of the parameters are inside. And everything is prescribed, like a recipe, for everybody in tourist sector, what they have and should do in all of the steps. Then we are going to introduce for them management plans, so they can manage the development of tourism according to sustainability criteria. So they have to be enforced, and they can track what is happening from the first year to the second year and to the fourth year at the end. So without of this all together combined, and there's a lot of things. For example, I should mention we are introducing ecological tax for the tourists, which are coming to Croatia also for one-day visits. So for the management of the tourist flows, because it is important to manage the tourist flows where interaction with the tourist agencies all combined together. It is a lot of things happening in a positive way, but we prescribed it in a legal framework, because if you don't have it in a legal framework, then nobody will obey about it. So we talked with our tourist boards, we talked with municipalities, Perfect, everybody included in this chain. So we included all of them, because a lot of depends on the mayors, a lot of depends on the Perfects, but a lot of depends also on the governmental level. So we are giving them the steps, what to do, how to do. We are going to help them and then go in this direction. And the good thing is that they can measure it to this satellite account of sustainable tourism.
Which is lovely, because when we actually look at making sure that we do indeed invest in, as we say, the panel's about that sustainable protection and development of destinations. Sir, Honourable Minister, you made the business case up front. Honourable Minister, you have now then provided almost the insurance policy of what you need to focus on, how do you measure it, and how do you protect all of that benefit. Honourable Minister DeLille, you made it very clear about the diversification of destination, to not just enable those ecosystems at a micro level to be activated, but to break up the issues around congestion, the over-tourism challenges we had prior. I'm going to ask now our Honourable Minister from the Bahamas. A critical part of this is connectivity into island destinations. And we know that 16,000 aircraft were grounded during COVID. So the airlines are making decisions based on what is going to be profitable all year, at the top of the plane as well as in the belly. How do you build in that aviation argument when it comes to investing back into the Bahamas to get that tourism ecosystem moving? Please.
Firstly, we are an archipelago of 700 islands within the archipelago of the Caribbean. So when it talks about connectivity, really this, again, for us is something that is a way of life for us. We're investing heavily in our airports, 32 owned by the government because of the vast geography of our archipelago. We are working closely with our airline partners to ensure that we get the airlift to our country. And then we work along with our Bahamas Air, our prized national airline, to ensure that we take tourism not just to the major city center, but to all of the smaller islands of the Bahamas. We have focused on low-density tourism, and in order for it to be sustainable, we ought to continue to work to ensure that there is that connectivity, and people in rural island communities also have an opportunity to experience what we call community-based tourism. The reality of what we do and where we are is there has to be ongoing engagement of all of the stakeholders. So we talk about air connectivity, but there's also the connectivity between the various ecosystems. Our Prime Minister Davis speaks very proudly about the need to protect small island states, particularly countries like the Bahamas in the hurricane belt, who suffer as a result of climate emergency. But our Minister for Environment goes to the schools and speaks with the young children from age 3 to straight on to grade 12 about the need to protect the environment. And then we work with our corporate partners like the MSC Foundation who are doing studies on coral protection and studying stony coral disease. So there is a connectivity that's needed between all of the stakeholders, policymakers, our young people who must understand that tourism is their business too, the corporate community, and of course everyone involved to ensure that we continue to advance the business of tourism in a sustainable way.
I'm so pleased you've said that, because we've taken it from the connectivity physically, and the challenge you have is massive, but clearly you're embracing that and making sure you're not building those bottlenecks, but also the connectivity at a little people level. This is their home of the future, and this is where I want to take it back to our Honourable Minister of Investment from Saudi, and then also to our Honourable Minister of Tourism, or Secretary of Tourism from India. That local engagement. One of the beautiful things that His Excellency Minister Al-Khatib and Fahad always speak about is that tourism in Saudi only works if it's for the Saudis. And the ability to connect with local communities, because this is their home that potentially is welcoming millions of strangers. How are you able to make that case? How have you been so successful in talking to local communities to make sure they're fully on board, not just because they make money out of this and they have jobs, but their pride is there?
Yeah, well, I think every society has this element of patriotism, nationalism, pride, and it's important for the tourism community to emphasize this, that we should not try to fit every country into a mold of what a tourist destination should look like, how people should behave. Authenticity is at the core of why people go to a place, because it's authentic. We don't have to model Paris or London in every major city. We don't have to recreate the south of France and the Mediterranean and the Red Sea or in the Bahamas or anywhere else. I think, going back to the Honorable Minister from South Africa, about South Africa being the best destination according to some publications. I've been to South Africa, and I think it's a great destination. I would go again. But I think we want to teach the world that every country is the best destination. Yes. That's what we, as a community, and we need to spread this culture of visiting countries not only to enjoy their unique environments, their ecosystems, their endowments of a unique offering, but also to learn about their culture, to learn about their values, making sure that education system, you ask me, how do we do it? Our education system emphasizes that we are Saudis. We're descendants of tens of thousands of years of human history, not just the Islamic history, which defines us today and we're proud of. And we want to reflect that in who we are, how we dress, how do we behave, how do we welcome people. And that has to be unique. People need to go and say, I enjoyed the mountains of Asir. I enjoyed the coast of the Red Sea. I dove into corals that are growing rather than being depleted by tourism. I did all of these things that investment institutions do, but most importantly, I learned about a culture like no other. And you have to go and learn about that culture.
You raise an important point. People travel initially thinking they're traveling for icons, they're traveling for attractions, but it's the people that penetrate their hearts. And linking to that, an Honourable Minister for Honourable State Tour of Tourism from India, the Guest is God initiative has been running for several years, and I've heard it from so many people because they believe it. How have you been able to keep that spirit alive so that Indian communities at the smallest level are excited to bring tourists into their home? Please.
Madam, you heard about the northeast part of the India. It was previously neglected. After our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji came, such a beautiful sights scenario is there. So it will be the biggest tourism site. We are going to develop that. Other than that northeast, we are going to educate the people of that area to understand, to know the future of the tourism, to know the tourism. And they should be the partner of this, our project.
Lovely.
And we are going to do that. We are associating them with this every project. So other this thing is that we have made the youth club in colleges, in other big schools, that future generation should know the presence of tourism and the benefit of the tourism, and they should know, and they will become the ambassador of the country for tourism. And that way, we are taking the many seminars, we are educating the people, youth, and this thing. So by this way, they will start to tour about in our own country, and after all, we can give the what you call that. We can give the something everybody's contribution to the tourism purpose. Our Prime Minister always said that one family, one world, and one future. So tourism can play a great part in this. And this is I told that this is a very good instrument to bring the world together, to prosper each own country and automatically the world.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, as this masterclass wraps up, His Excellency has given us the business case for why we need to invest in tourism at all levels. The Honourable Minister of Tourism of South Africa has reinforced when we're investing right through the destination, making sure we can literally map how we can demonstrate the beauty of destinations to people coming from abroad and people who call the destination their home. From the Bahamas, we have a perfect example how we need to make sure that we're connecting people, not just physically to all those lesser-known places, but psychologically, so that they know their home is to be celebrated by them as well. The Honourable Minister from Croatia has given us the legal framework, the insurance policy, that makes sure that all of the benefits we are able to reinforce and protect for the next shock that we're going to have. And our Honourable State Secretary of Tourism has made it very clear we are doing this not for now. We're doing this for generations to come. Yes. Because it is only sustainable if the tourists of tomorrow, and tomorrow after that, and tomorrow after that, are as excited about this blessed industry as all of us are. So please join me in a world of thanks for our world of lovely leaders who have opened up our first dialogue. Shukran.
Thank you so much, Anita Mendirata, and to their excellencies. What a fantastic panel that was. Thank you so much. And we've heard how the public sector is ensuring sustainable tourism that's good for the economy and people and planet. And now we move to our next session, our public-private sector session that will address the same question, but from their lens. Now, the demands from the travellers are changing. Listen to this. For example, today, over 48% of baby boomers are demanding technologies to reduce queues, and 45% of passengers are ready to discard their paper passport. How can the sector better redefine its end-to-end experience while still maintaining meaningful human connections? Time now for our second panel discussion, a seamless end-to-end travel experience. To answer these questions and more, and to set the scene for us, please join me in welcoming to the stage the amazing Miss Julia Simpson, President and CEO of the World Travel and Tourism Council. Julia, the floor is yours. Take it away. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, Your Royal Highness, Your Excellency, Excellencies, Secretary General, and very, very dear friends. Well, today I have good news. Every forecast we have at the WTTC for the next month, the next year, and the next 10 years predicts just one thing: growth. Over the next decade, travel and tourism is going to be growing at around 5% a year globally. That is twice as fast as the wider economy, which is predicted to grow at 2.6. By the end of this year, tourism globally will be worth $9.5 trillion US. Now, if our sector was a country, that would make it the third largest in the world. Here in the Kingdom, the projections are phenomenal. In 10 years, the travel and tourism economy will be pushing $200 billion in value and creating well over 3 million jobs. So the question is not whether we'll grow, but where will the growth be unleashed? So now to the bad news. Okay, technology is incredible. We can cross borders with our phone, thanks to biometrics and QR codes. That was one of the upsides of COVID. And AI can optimize everything from airport traffic to passenger numbers. Today, earlier I was talking to Greg Webb, great company he runs, Travelport, and it provides search, pricing, booking, ticketing, all in real time to airlines and to travel agencies and to customers. So AI is not new to us, it's an opportunity. So what is the problem? Well, as usual, it is short-sighted politics and red tape. Visas, paperwork, and paranoia. So many ministers here today who I've spoken to during this event, in past events, are frustrated with the post-COVID visa systems. Delays of months, visa applications piled up, and businesses stymied by cost, confusion, and delay. If you want to welcome visitors, you don't bolt your door. Look at His Excellency Al-Khatib, with His Excellencies Gloria Guevara and Jerry Inzarello. They pull down these barriers. I just want to briefly end with a story. It's a story of Rwanda. Riven by genocide, the president had a vision, an open Rwanda, a safe and successful Rwanda. He took his cabinet on an away day. How can I welcome everyone to our beautiful country? They went away. His cabinet came back and they said, with deepest respect, sir, we have to be very careful, because if we don't have strong visa controls here, we could let in a terrorist. And if we don't have strong visa controls there, we could let in a thief or a criminal. And he said, don't we have systems for dealing with terrorists and dealing with the odd thief? Open the borders. We welcome visitors. The result, a leading African economy, and like Saudi Arabia, a visionary. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Julia Simpson. I love that. Visas, red tape, and paranoia. And that really does set up the next panel that I'm going to be moderating myself. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage our panelists. I'm going to start with our first one. Her Excellency Gloria Guevara, Chief Special Advisor to the Minister of Tourism, Ministry of Tourism, Saudi Arabia. Gloria, welcome. And next we have Mr. Pier Francesco Vago, Executive Chairman of MSC Cruise. Hola. And Mr. Matthew Upchurch, CEO of Virtuoso. Mr. Greg Webb, CEO of Travelport. Welcome to you all as you make your way here to the stage. Thank you so much. Now, our session is going to speak about the following. Do not bolt your doors, as Julia said, and we all want to have that, right? Safe, seamless, and an enjoyable journey for both business and, of course, for pleasure. But how do we make that happen? How do we take away that, I will use that word, the hassle, right? The sector is, of course, recovering after COVID. We've heard so much about this, but there are still barriers to that recovery. And that partnership between the private and public sector is so important to make that seamless end-to-end travel experience happen. So I'm going to try and stick to time. It is 11:30 nearly. We have 35 minutes. Gloria, to you first in 2 minutes. What is that one magic thing, that one challenge that you would like to see disappear to make that end-to-end journey seamless? That one thing.
Well, first of all, thank you for having us, and wonderful to be part of this session. I think, as Julia mentioned, and His Excellency has been also very keen talking about this topic, what exactly is seamless? Seamless is to have an experience that is smooth, that is nice, but it's also secure. In and out of airports, in and out of terminals, of cruises, you can pass without hassle, but make sure that you are secure. That's seamless. For that, you need to have the technology, and for that, you need to have the cooperation of the government and, of course, the private sector. Something very important, if we look back in 2019, we had, for instance, 4.5 billion passengers, according to IATA. 4.5 billion flew in 2019. This year, we're going to achieve 94% of that. The reality, according to IATA, that number is going to double. And unfortunately, we cannot have that growth if we don't have the efficiencies. So it's not only a need from an individual perspective, that I don't want to be 2-3 hours in the airport or go through the hassle in immigrations, customs, in and out. It's also a requirement for growth. If we want to grow, we need to be able to board planes, go through the airports fast, so that we can move planes back and forth. We can board the plane in 13 minutes instead of 45 minutes. And for that, we need biometrics, we need technology, we need efficiencies. And of course, we need, the visas and other things that they were mentioned. So it's a requirement for growth. So it's crucial for governments to work together and make this as a priority, kind of what we're doing in Saudi Arabia here with the seamless.
Absolutely. No efficiency, no growth. It's incredible. That's such a strong message. Thank you so much, Gloria. I want to move to you, Pier Francesco. You come from the cruise industry. What's that one thing that you would like to see disappear and change?
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me today. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here, and thank you for the fantastic, the World Tourism Days represents an important platform for everybody to come together, so I really appreciate. I'm here to represent the cruise industry. The cruise industry, to me, is an industry that is accessible, is responsible, as is experiential. Accessible because it's multi-generation, so we allow everybody to come and enjoy all different segments of the population.
Can I just interrupt you there, because I heard something fantastic the other day. It is a generation, the millennials that are now traveling on cruises more and more. I was very, very surprised to learn this.
So that's exactly the concept. We have different brands with different platforms that caters for all the segments of the population, for all the budgets. Yeah. And also for passenger with mobility problems. So that's why it's so accessible. Experiential because we travel in coastal communities, so we take our passengers to places where maybe planes don't arrive, places that are not known. So we actually introduce tourism to communities, introducing them to the incoming, the concept of welcoming different, we heard before, different nationalities, different back cultures. And obviously, responsible because cruises, many people maybe don't know, but we are doing an incredible job on sustainability. I mean, I hear a lot of people talking about sustainable, talking about fuel, their industry, and nobody knows that we are investing tremendously in technology of the future. We're actually leading not only the industry in tourism per se, but civil society in solution technologies that will actually bring to sustainable fuel, sustainable technology, that will actually have the net zero commitment that we said in 2050. So seamless to us is the door-to-door passengers, to take and cater for a passenger with their luggages, a family, to actually come on a ship, visit, go on itinerary, wake up every day in a different place. And what is very interesting that I think that many people don't know about the cruise industry, that we studied that at least 50% of people that actually visit a country, destination, through the cruising experience, because the cruise gives you the cocoon, you know, I feel protected, then that 50% goes back for a land-based holiday. So cruising is seamless in that sense. Obviously, I agree with Gloria that in order to have, and we heard it before from Julia, that in order to have a seamless real operation, we also need to ensure, you know, we cross a lot of borders, and obviously that how we enter the different countries, how we actually have our customers, you know, facilitate and have a facility, an easier way to enter a particular country.
Thank you so much for that, Pier Francesco. Now, Matthew, from your perspective, what is that one challenge, that one thing that you believe is really hindering that seamless end-to-end experience for travelers?
When we had this question, it's a very interesting question because that one thing. So I'm a big believer in visualization and having a North Star. I love the fact that this session actually had the term human connection. So at the top of the logic funnel, I would start to say that this is a question of the intersection of technology and humanity. So from that, you have to have a North Star. So when you're investing in all this technology and all these things to enable seamless travel, the first thing you want to do is have a North Star. For us, it's automate the predictable so that you can humanize the exceptional. And the exceptional doesn't just mean when things are right, but when things go wrong. How can you handle it in a more human way? Then, when you talk about that one thing, I like to use the analogy of, in order for a GPS to do its work, you have to have a minimum of 3 satellites in order to have triangulation. This seamless travel journey is really based on 4 major areas of triangulation that I believe in. First is digital. Now, the situation around seamless travel on the digital informational side is driven by the fact that the travel industry is roughly 10 years behind almost every other industry when it comes to the sharing of data and interoperability of systems. So that's number one. So we have some dependencies there, and that's why leadership is so important. Number 2 is the physical. So on the physical, it's great to have all the wonderful digital tools, but on the physical side, what are you doing in your destination to make that digital ease also translate to the physical arrival? It's great to have a great visa and arrive somewhere. We happen to handle a lot of very high-end clients who bring a lot of not only money, but they're opinion leaders. So being able to have the facilities, for example, here in Saudi Arabia and other countries where you have fast tracks and things like that, really are important to be able to do that. The second is economic. We need to figure out how to add, you know, we talk about from WTTC's perspective, we need to figure out in very simple terms how much every unfilled visa actually costs the country. And what does it actually mean to jobs and the things that are being done? So from an economic perspective, we need to actually make that. And the other is social. On the social basis, we need to make sure that seamless travel doesn't sound to some communities and groups of citizens as a license for over-tourism. So I know that the minister from Croatia was talking about this. I think it's absolutely brilliant. Just because I visit your country does not mean I get to do whatever I want to do. Right. We are guests. Therefore, there should be some sort of understanding of the social, because that's where we get a lot of the pushback. If seamless just means you get to do whatever you do, however you want to do it, that's not right. We are the guest, and therefore we have to do that. So to me, those are 4 major areas of triangulation to get to that one point.
Matthew, thank you so much. And I saw Greg nodding there when Matthew said 10 years behind with data. So the travel and tourism, just for clarity, is 10 years behind other industries in the sharing of data?
Yeah, the issue is a simple one, but it's really hard to solve. So what I agree with Matthew about, well, I agree with everything, but the thing I most agree with him about is the only way to solve a seamless customer journey is to actually start with the customer. And unfortunately, in this industry, we don't. And if you ask me the one thing that needs to go away, it's isolationism. The problem is that countries hold their data. The private sector holds their data. They're unwilling to share. And if you're unwilling to share, you're never going to get to seamless. And so the problem that we have to solve here is that it has to be a real collaboration between governmental entities and the private sector on that. It also has to be a collaboration to build out standards associated with that. Everybody in here experienced a great example of a seamless customer experience when they landed in Riyadh. Mm-hmm. You turned on your cell phone, it worked. Yeah. That took 20 years to get done, to get networks aligned, to get governments aligned on what the cell networks were going to look like. It had to get private sector companies had to take losses to implement those standards. We have to be willing to look at it on a very aggressive basis to say, what would be best for the customer? What regulations do we need to put in place? And what things do we need to stop doing that makes it simpler for the traveler? Because you have to start there. Because if you start with the regulatory side, or you start with, this is what's best for my business, you'll never get to seamless.
Such good points you raised there. I want to go back to you, Gloria. Now, you have such a wealth of experience. You were a former Minister of Tourism in Mexico, and now you're here doing some fantastic projects in the kingdom. What are some of the best practices that you've seen across the industry?
I was just going to touch on what Greg and Matthew mentioned. It is crucial to share data. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, we are way behind. In 2006, in Europe, they started implementing biometric passport with biometric entrances. The Europeans were ahead of the game, and at some point they stopped the work. I don't know why. Then US, the Americans, they decided to do something different. In the US, for instance, they take a photo of you, and the model is one to many. They compare my face with the database of all the photos, and if there's a match, I can board the plane, I arrive. I was in the US recently, I didn't even have to show my passport. I have a global entry, they took a photo, and they called my name, and I went in, never show my passport. That's the model of biometrics. It took me 1 minute to go to immigration, no questions asked, because I'm a registered traveler, and I use global entry. In the case of Europe, you have the model of one-to-one. I have to have a biometric passport. Unfortunately, my passport is not biometric, so I don't have the benefit. And they compare my face with the passport. But as he said very well, we don't share the data. They are different models, right? Some countries have biometric passports. Some countries have, like the US, the biometric based on your face. Here in the kingdom, the UAE and the region is also looking at biometrics. So we have multiple models around the world. We also have Happy Flow, for instance, that we tested in the Caribbean. And we have models in Australia and Canada, the UK with registered traveler. But every model is different, and that's a problem. Because it's a problem because we're not sharing data. Everyone is trying their own. Everything is based in security. But guess what? We can increase security and at the same time have a seamless experience. But it is very important up to the private sector and the governments to work together to see, okay, what is the best case for your country and how do we share that information? Because if we share in advance, then you can have a faster experience.
So important, sharing data between countries and governments. I want to move next to you, Pier Francesco, some of the best practices that you've seen across the industry, and of course, across your industry.
Well, again, I appreciate sharing data. It's very important. Biometric visas obviously accelerates the process. Like I said, in cruising, we go across many countries, not only at the embarkation level, but the further complexity that we have is that we enter and exit countries as well with the transit passenger on board of the ship. And this is another angle of approach to share data. Because obviously For example, in the case, as MSC, I'm the executive chairman of MSC, we had an instance where we operated in Saudi, in Dammam, with a very large ship, MSC World Europa. So that means 6,000 passengers every call disembarking in Dammam. So these are transit passengers. By the way, we've been operating for 2 years in Saudi Arabia, in the kingdom, and so far we hosted 200,000 passengers as MSC, that we actually brought into the country from 124 different nations. So obviously majority Americans, Italians, French, Spanish, Europeans. And the problem is how fast you can actually clear that 6,000 passengers. If you think about that every passenger, I don't know, even with biometric, even with a picture, even sharing data, will take 1 minute. By the time you clear the 6,000, it's time to leave again. So, again, there should be, yes, sharing data, but there should be also capabilities to actually engage, with the type of platform, in this case, the cruise industry, to maybe clear manifest. So we are perfectly in control of the data, okay, of all the passengers that we have on board. We have exactly all their details. And by clearing the manifest, by clearing all the passengers that are on board, this would facilitate the disembarkation of the passenger, to see the site, which obviously could be a further problem because many times, visa, if you need to have a visa and you need to wait for the visa, and you need to know if the visa was accepted or not, and sometimes maybe the visa is complex, it's cumbersome, you got to have a credit card, the credit card doesn't work. So what happens is that you have a numeric of passenger, you come to a destination, I was mentioning before, coastal communities. So they actually operate, they actually welcoming the passengers, they need to have the buses, they need to have organized the shore excursion. And we don't know how many passengers will actually be able to disembark because by not having the visa clearance, that famous biometric speed through the custom, obviously, it doesn't allow for us to operate. So again, maybe there can be, and we know it as an industry, we tried it in many other parts of the world, to actually clear manifest so that we can allow to have this passenger disembarking. I'm just saying that because obviously I share the vision of 2030, I hear the number, I see the incredible job that the kingdom is doing to have many tourists coming to visit the country. But obviously, I think the cruise industry could be a great partner into this, so we can do it in a safe and secure mode, but there's got to be an opening to actually appreciate that there are other systems of sharing data like you were suggested.
Thank you so much. Matthew, some of the best practices that you have seen?
Well, this one's fun. So I was born in Mexico City, and Laura and I had become good friends when she was the minister of Mexico. And I'll share a couple that are kind of interesting because to call them best practices. First of all, I completely agree with Greg. I think there are a lot of ministers here. The number one thing is start with the customer in mind. And I think what Pier Francesco is saying is instead of setting up a system that says this is how we do it, right? Understand what are the non-negotiable principles of what your system needs to do. Mm-hmm. And then allow it to be configurable to the cruise industry, configurable to different circumstances so that they could be rapidly configurable through that. But aside from that, even though I was born in Mexico, a U.S. citizen, a dual nationality, the U.S. used to be the worst place to go into. And I have to say that global entry, when you said, global entry was one of the best things I think the U.S. government's ever invented. But there's something about global entry that most people don't understand. It's also about, it is paid for by the consumer. So we actually have a government program where the consumer said, I'm willing to pay a premium, I'm willing to go through a process in order to make my life easier. So I think there's a governmental lesson to be had there that actually, if the customer's willing to do that, instead of fighting over budgets and whatever, if the customer's willing to do it, what's the advantage? So I think that's number one. Another one that Mexico did that was very clever was, how do I get a visa? Well, if if a country that you respect the process by which you have to fill out your visas has done it, Mexico had a program, if you actually pass the US visa thing, we automatically give you one. Meaning we didn't make you go through the same process. If you already had a US visa, we literally gave you a visa because we said that the data's already there. And the other one is, the one that just came out is Singapore just announced the biometric exiting of Singapore through, literally you walk in the airport, you walk out, you never show your passport to anybody. So there's a lot of really wonderful things, but I do think there's a mindset, particularly at the governmental, a lot of times things get, this is where I think one of my favorite things that happened to me coming to Saudi Arabia this time was I was on a long trip and I'd forgotten about my visa. My team got my visa, and when I got it, I noticed, I said this to Gloria, words matter. The Saudi Arabian Digital Embassy. I had never seen that, the Saudi Arabian Digital Embassy. I just thought that was, I tell you, every millennial I know is going to love that. So I thought it was very, very powerful. Cool. So those are some of the things that I think are crucial. But at a governmental level, things in our industry sometimes get caught up in budgetary constraints when in fact there's a ready market to solve the problem if the government officials could only see it as a customer and a customer acquisition situation rather than a governmental infrastructure issue.
Matthew, thank you so much. That's fantastic, the global entry, and as you say, it's such a great lesson for governments.
I may add that today, an average, just to put a figure, an average of a family of 4 to actually enter, with a visa, it will cost in the region of $500 in Saudi Arabia. So that's how expensive it could be. Just to add.
Say that again. A family of 4.
4 when we bring in the customers to visit and coming to experience the territory, and not only they have to pay for the shore excursion to see, visit the lunch, they created the economy, but they actually have to pay a visa for the family, which is in the average of $500.
Okay, so the price
over
of
and
visas.
above everything else that they will spend to create direct, indirect, induced economy to the territory visited, to the coastal community. So it's very expensive today.
Important point. Very. I'll go to you, Greg. Best practices that you have seen.
I will call it good practices. The airline industry actually did a pretty good job in their interline agreements and some other things and being able to really share data. The problem is that doesn't solve anything for the consumer on an end-to-end seamless journey. It solves one segment of what can be multi-segment trip. And there's no reason today, given the state of technology and the interconnectivity of the world, that every step in that journey should be totally aware of where the passenger is at any given point. A delay on the front end, the hotel should never be surprised that somebody showed up at 2 for a 3 o'clock check-in. Right. The cruise line should never be surprised that they've got 30 passengers that won't make, aren't going to make the ship before it takes off and they're going to have to be transited to the next stop. All of those things could be seamlessly handled today based on technology, but it goes back to the data sharing issues, 1, 2, some standardization issues, and 3, the fact that there is a private sector view that I don't want to share data of my customers. Mm-hmm. The problem is they're not just your customer. They're your customer, they're other parties in the chain's customers, and we have to eliminate that mindset where any piece of data, and there are numerous ways to do it with clean rooms and other things today to be able to pass the necessary data along the chain. We just have to set some standards. We have to agree on to what degree we're willing to share, and then there's no reason that every step in that travel value chain can't be aware of exactly where the traveler is at any given time.
And why is that? With all the technology that there is right now, as you say, it's a surprise. Well, where is the passenger? Where is the guest?
I'll give you the best example of. So, I'm a super top tier traveler on 2 of the 3 major airlines, traditional major airlines in the U.S., and they treat me well because of that. Because I don't live in the city, the third airline travels that much. When I shop them, they treat me like I never travel. Yet, if they knew how much I traveled, they'd want to treat me better than almost anybody, because them taking my business from the other two would be worth a lot of money, which is what keeps everybody from sharing data, because the other two airlines don't want them to know that I'm a good traveler. If we wanted to fix it really, what we would do is allow every traveler to own their own profile, so that when I shopped any given trip, I could share my profile to say, this is who I am as a traveler, and now you make your decisions on how you want to treat me.
Own your profile. That's a fantastic idea. Yesterday we had lots of entrepreneurs here. I'm sure this could be fixed.
There actually is a data unity. The head of travel of Microsoft and we're talking, and there actually is, because of all the GDPR, all the data privacy laws around the world are going bonkers. So the whole idea is the ability for an individual to own their data and then actually say, I'm willing to give my data to Starbucks or to you or to here, whoever, not just in travel, and give you different levels of what data and for how long.
Correct.
So
like a medical card, for example, or something like it's your data and you share it.
And this is where this is also where I'm an AI optimist. I mean, there's plenty of things to deal with on AI that we need to deal with, but overall, I would say I'm an AI optimist in this area.
The data. Let me just comment something very interesting that is happening of this amazing transformation that we're living in Saudi. And I always share this, and His Excellency is very aware. We are not only trying to catch up, but leapfrog. The way, for instance, that, and now you just remind me about the visas in Mexico, but the way that this country opened in terms of visas with the open hearts, open doors, 49 countries, digital visa. And I love what you say about the digital embassy. And of course, accepting also here, we also accept the US visa as a valid visa. You have visa on arrival, you have the transit visa, we accept the European visa. So the way that we are opening is above and beyond, and what you have seen in other countries when they are not even accepting others' visas. No? But what is interesting also is the use of technology, and perhaps here we can do some sort of pilot or testing. Because I know His Excellency is always telling us, we need to access the data, we need to connect, we need to know exactly how much people are spending from what nationalities in real time, so that we can expand their stay and make sure they spend more. And going back to the privacy, yes, we don't need to know that individual, but today we have a very sophisticated dashboard where we have a lot of information, and we know where they are coming from, how much they're spending, and there's a way to track them through their journey in the country without knowing and breaching any privacy concerns. We just have to figure out also how do we learn from other in terms of experiences, and perhaps you can help us there in order to continue leapfrogging, not only catching up, and implementing this journey that is seamless, and at the same time you maximize your time while you're here.
I feel a lot of innovation is going to come out of this subject. It's fantastic, it really is. And we're coming to the end of our session. Gloria, I want to play magic one time with you. Solutions, that one thing that you would change to create that seamless end-to-end solution for the customer, for businesses, for governments.
I think governments, what I have seen in my experience in WTTC and of course in the government when I was in Mexico and here a little bit, is that are afraid sometimes to use biometrics or capture the data because of privacy concerns. A lot of research has been done. 8 out of 10 travelers in the US, 8 out of 10 travelers in Europe, for instance, are willing to share their photo in advance, as long as you have a good experience. I think that we are okay to provide our information in advance as long as we have a good experience. So my wish is, how do we all work together to provide that information in advance so that I can really have a seamless experience in the airports and ports and whatever is my journey in hotels in the destination, end to end, that is secure at the same time, is seamless, and I can spend more time shopping, enjoying the destination, and really not worry about the hassle and the frictions that in every touch point you have through the journey.
Absolutely. So share that
They share the data, but the traveler is willing to do it. We just need to find a way to do that proactive, and that is okay for governments and the private sector because it's voluntary sharing.
Voluntary sharing of that crucial data, so important. Pier Francesco, magic one time, that one thing that you would change in the industry.
It's a journey. I heard it's a journey, so there is no magic wand. The cruise industry, I said, is accessible because we are local, okay? We are a global industry, but we always act very local. And this is what we're very proud. So that is the conversation that we're having, because there is not one solution fits all. You know, you gotta respect wherever you operate, you gotta understand the local needs. And the important thing to me is the conversation to have that local approach for government, local communities, to actually understand what it is that you can improve. I want to give the example I heard before in a previous panel, overcrowding, for example. And so the handling. The cruise industry does that as well. I mean, it's an example that, you know, like Dubrovnik, you know, that there is a medieval town with a little door and thousands of people arriving. We know how many people we have on the ships. We can control the flow. We can control the timing. So if we can have that conversation, and I'm sort of moving away from the visa and the manifest because obviously we talked about a lot about it, but in the seamless travel, there is the good experience. When I was mentioning before the door-to-door. So if you can have that approach, and I think we set an example again as an industry, the cruise, that we can actually have that conversation and being open to find a solution. And I referred again before sustainability key in so many ways, but that if you give me another panel, we can talk about all my ideas about sustainability. The conversation, that is the right journey that the cruise industry is taking and wants to carry on the journey.
Pier Francesco, thank you so much. Matthew, okay, I don't know if you think it's a magic wand or if it's a journey, but a solution. What would that one thing that you would change?
Well, I think that we can keep coming back to that. First of all, I'll do a quick bit. It's definitely self-serving, but if you want high-end travelers, please have a high-end experience entering and exiting the country. So that's very simple. It's going to really help you a lot. And again, high-end clients are not just valuable to your destination because of the money they spend. High-end clients are important because they are local opinion leaders. When they go back to their communities, they are people that set opinions. So that's number one. I actually, when I'm sitting here thinking about all the technicalities, I would actually echo what you just said. I think that the use of seamlessness to actually go back to what I said earlier, just because I'm a guest doesn't mean I should do everything. I think number one is we should use technology seamlessness to make sure that we don't ruin the experience. Right. Number two, and then the other one that I'm super happy to hear about is this whole idea about open hearts and open borders. One of the things that we've been doing is actually pairing countries to try to diffuse tourism. So for example, Slovenia, most of our Americans don't know that it's a 2-hour train ride. So if you're bordering countries and maybe you're the superstar, make it easy for people to also support your neighboring countries to actually create that type of because it'll make it more attractive. So there's a lot of things here, but I think those are some of the ones that I'm most passionate about.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Greg, the last word from you, because you've really focused on that human experience so much, that customer priority.
Yes, so I'll flip the other way, being the tech guy on the panel, which is, if you really want to spawn innovation, so if I did a little innovation thing today, and I said, build whatever you want, and I'll be back in 30 minutes and show me what you built. With no parameters, I'd get a bunch of stuff, but none of it would be any good. If I gave them some standards and a standard data set and some little standards on top of it and said, take a look at how you could make this work as effective and efficiently as possible, I'd come back to 5 great ideas. And so when I look at kind of what we're doing across the industry, it starts a little bit with, we need to standardize what data we should be sharing, whether it's between countries, whether it's between private entities, and then we need to look at how we can take and innovate against that standard Because standardization doesn't mean commoditization. What it means is you have a base on which to work, and that drives innovation. And I think if we could do that, we would see significant innovation across the entire travel landscape.
So important. So we heard voluntary sharing of data, now standardize it and, across the world. Such an important point. All right, we end, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic timing. We've raised so many points here about a seamless end-to-end travel, owning your profile, the voluntary sharing of data, standardizing it, a high-end clients, high-end entry, so important, and yeah, no efficiency, no growth, as Gloria said, and I think that really just does encapsulate so much of this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our fantastic panel, and thank you as well. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. All right, we continue. Ladies and gentlemen, we move now. We're going to call back our moderator, Anita Mendirata. Our next panel looks at developing destinations through partnership, and we'll discuss the essential components of destination development in tourism. We'll explore how collaboration and partnerships play a pivotal role in shaping sustainable tourism, engaging local communities in decision-making processes to ensure development aligns with their needs and cultural values. And for that, please welcome back our fantastic moderator, Anita Mendirata. The stage is yours.
Lovely. Maria, shukran. And welcome everyone to panel number 3. Very excited and honored to be back. Now we have a brief amount of time, and I always say that if all of the magic that the kingdom creates, the only resource that it doesn't have is time. And we see that with all of the urgency, the focus, the prioritization of all that's being done. So with the limitation of time, we're going to dive into panel number 3, which is, as Maria has kindly shared, about destination development and partnerships. And I'm going to flip this a little bit, because exactly as our last panel just said about the seamless end-to-end experience, we talk about it from a traveler perspective. But what about from a stakeholder perspective? So to discuss that a little bit further, I'd like to welcome to the stage, firstly, His Royal Highness Prince Turki bin Talal, the Governor of Sarir Region and the head of the Asir Development Authority. Sir, please join us on stage. Excellent. In the meantime, I also ask to join us, please, Jerry Inzarello, the Group Chief Executive Officer of the Diriyah Gate Development Authority, and our beautiful host last evening. Sir. Thank you. And we have the lovely Fatih Tamins, the Managing Director of FTG Development and the Executive Board member of Rixos Hospitality, please. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Lovely. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. And we're going to have another one of our quick masterclass panels. And I'm delighted to have the 3 of you here. So shukran. Thank you for being with us. One of the beauties, ladies and gentlemen, is that we have 3 leaders here who are not just leaders in tourism, they're leaders in tourism development. And this is something I want to push very hard from the point of view of the expertise they can share with us and how we make sure that all of the work that we do is genuinely building for generations to come people, planet, prosperity, and intercultural dialogue. Now, for those that were in the room earlier, you know the little question I'm about to ask you, and I can see, Jerry, the look in your eyes, because you know what I'm going to ask. We talk about sustainability, we talk about it endlessly, but do we know what it means? So, Mr. Inzarello, in 30 seconds, how do you define sustainability from a tourism development perspective? Please.
I'm actually going to answer it in 30 seconds, and that is that you could look at all the different segments, and it's a pleasure to be with everybody, especially you, Anita. But for me, it all starts and ends with how does the tourism experience enrich your community? Too often you have development around the world, and the community is left behind. If you enrich your community and you prosper from the people who are in protecting that culture, you win. And that is the basic DNA of sustainability for me.
Brilliant. And there's always been that lovely premise of the litmus test. Do they want us back? Yeah. That's always a great test. Your Royal Highness, from your perspective, how do you define sustainability?
Keep on going with a beautiful pattern and make sure that all the obstacles in your path are overcome.
Well done. I think you just gave it 10-second credit on that as well.
To add it to my next question.
And Fatih, from your perspective, please.
I would go, as you previously mentioned, sustainable development. So sustainability can only be achieved with sustainable development. As we are in a living industry, it keeps changing. And the only thing which is the reality is the change. So we have to keep up with the change and sustainable development together with the change that we are facing today.
Brilliant. I'd like to build on actually what you've just said now about it changing, because we know that as the world opened up, it's not just the industry that has changed. Travelers have changed. Their feeling of appreciation and blessing when they travel is heightened because we were all grounded. How have you found that change impacting your approach to development when you look at the work that you're doing?
Well, in today's technology, we see the consumption of the experience is so fast. So you develop something over months, years, and then it is being consumed in a click of a second. So we basically have to anticipate, because real estate development in tourism is basically how to anticipate the future needs and expectations. So basically, we have to anticipate how people trends of experience, needs, and motivation are going to change in the future. For example, it basically we have to take into consideration that young generations are able to travel more and more. And families are traveling more and more than once a holiday in a year. So as we come across more travelers across the year, we have to keep offering different things throughout the entire journey. When they come next time, you have to offer something else. So that is actually, we are trying to concentrate on our business development.
Yes,
brilliant. And building on that a little bit, before I turn it to His Royal Highness and Jerry, they're traveling more and more, but they're looking at destinations differently. How are you seeing that? So as an example, travelers, Expedia did some beautiful research on actually questioning travelers. What is your point of view on sustainability? They want to see where their money is going. They want to see that the money they're investing in their travel is reaching local communities. Are you seeing that that's impacting, because especially with your all-inclusive model, the circular economies that are needing to be created in your developments?
Well, of course, people are quite sensitive about the spending. We know that. But however, we are a hospitality developer and we develop hospitality destinations in different countries as well. I was asked one time that, will people come to Saudi when everything is open up, the investment's complete? I have no doubt people will come. But the difficult thing is not to attract the first-time visitors. The difficulty is to attract the second-time visitors. Yes. They have to keep coming. So when they come, you have to give enough good experience from the entry point at the passport all the way through the journey and the experience programming within the hotels. And on the second note, that you have to convince them to be the ambassador of that destination by giving them price parity. We call it price parity, can be disrupted by price disparity. What it means is you offer the right product with the right price. So then you can win their hearts together and then they can keep coming.
Brilliant. Now, if we talk about masters of development around the world, we have one of them on our stage. And Jerry, you and I go back many, many, many chapters and many, many projects itself. You have transformed locations through what you have done, whether it's in the Bahamas, whether it's here, whether it's in South Africa. What have you found has been vital to make sure that, exactly as was said in the last panel, no efficiency, no growth, that you secure efficiency in the ecosystem to make sure that the beneficiaries are on the ground, not just those that fly off?
Thank you. I'm going to be naughty and take the 10 seconds premium that His Royal Highness gave the audience to say that what a great honor it is to sit with His Royal Highness, because his leadership as governor in one of the most beautiful parts of Saudi Arabia has been an inspiration to us all. So it's a great honor to be with you, Your Royal Highness. Always one of the great leaders and great tourism leaders. Here's what I've learned after 50 years in tourism. I've always loved the fact that we may not share the same ideology. People know I say this a lot, but we share the same biology. You know, last night there was something very beautiful, because you have the same materials used for drums, you have the same fabrics used, but yet the way we cook, the way we dance, the way we sing, the way we rejoice is different from every country. And that's something really beautiful about that, right? So I think post-COVID, there's a few lessons, and I'll incorporate it into today or in a moment. And that is that people are looking for authenticity. You know, they'll go to the pop culture things, they'll go to stuff that is sensational, but really people are looking for things that move you from a human point of view. So I think one of the great things about our community, especially all over the world, is that we celebrate our individualism. Yes. But what we've also learned, that tourism has moved to 10, 11% of global GDP, is that you can't trample your community. And if your community feel, like we say at Derea every day, we're an authority, we're a legal authority, but the way we behave is, in order to be a good neighbor, you have to be a good neighbor. You have to serve your community. And what we do every day in a $63 billion, 14 million square meter development, we ask ourselves every day the same question. If we stopped a neighbor on the street, is your life better today than it was a year ago or 2 years ago, 3 years ago? If they say no, we failed. If they say yes, right? Now, one just tiny little anecdotal thing. I'm at the airport going to Paris to work on our expo bid with His Excellency. And I'm in the queue to go on the plane, and a gentleman comes up to me, elderly gentleman, and he says, you know, Mr. Jerry, it's been very dusty. It's been very noisy in Derea. But now I see what you're doing, and I see my wife walking with my family, and now we picnic, and we're enjoying it. Thank you. Well, that takes away 20-hour days of fatigue, you know? So I think the big thing is the celebration of the culture, the respect of one's local community, all the economic benefits, but the self-esteem benefits, and we incorporate that into what we're doing every day.
What you're saying is also so important, because it's the local community that is the front line of the visitor experience. And if the local community is cross and communicating that to the visitors don't want to go there. It's as simple as that. It is their home first. Right. And now that we've very kindly had the commercial break for ASEER, sponsored by DGDA a moment ago, so thank you for that, Your Royal Highness. You're one of the, shall I say, newer initiatives that's come on to the landscape in the kingdom. Please can you share with us a little bit more about ASEER and how you're learning through watching people like Jerry, through seeing the work that's happening with the Royal Commission for Alula, etc., is informing your decision-making about really making sure that the visitors and the visited of ASEER are grateful. Please.
Thank you, Anita. First, I would like to thank my brother Ahmed Al-Khatib and his team for this great occasion that's happening. It's a beautiful endeavor that was happening, Ahmed. Bravo. What's happening in Al Diriyah and other places is contagious. We're learning from what you guys are doing. Everything in the country is really spreading around. Under the leadership of His Highness, that he wants to make sure everybody is working in a synchronized matter, in a cooperative correlation matter, not competition. The more competition has an aspect in it, it's called coordination and cooperation. If you can make sure this overcomes competition, we're on the right direction. ASEER is blessed to have the first regional strategy in Saudi Arabia. And we are one of the newest authorities, but we have the first strategy. And the vision of ASEER is to be a global, ASEER to be a global boutique all year round destination which awakens wonder. And when we say boutique, we mean, what do we mean by boutique? We're talking caring not only for the communities, but also for the visitors. We're talking immersive, and we're talking enapor. And I'm sure enapor, this beautiful Latin word that you know, it's excellent to make everybody maftoon in Arabic. Maftoon bil-mantiqa, not only the visitors, but also the communities. We're talking about all year round. What do you mean by all year round? We're not talking about high seasons. We're talking high seasons, low seasons, and concentrating on the low season to make the equilibrium happen. We're talking about wonder, awakening wonder. Wonder what? The name of the Asir season was a raining winter in summer, barid mumtir in summer. Now, regarding the communities, the question that you said, yeah, the matrix of tourism has many indicators. As Jerry knows, that number of visitors, the time they stay in a place, and how much they pay. These are the main indicators in the matrix of tourism. But what drives us really, the main indicator in our matrix is how, is the answer of this question, how to increase the pride and satisfaction in the communities and make them appreciate what we're doing.
And I love what you're saying as well, because there's a distinct, this is what Diriyah is, this is what Neom is, this is what the Red Sea is, and therefore this is what Asir is. There's a difference as you all work together.
Exactly.
And this is something I want to push on a little bit, because when we talk about partnerships and we talk about end-to-end and we talk about connectivity, one thing we often don't talk about is connecting the different projects. Because ultimately, everything we're doing here is towards Vision 2030.
Exactly.
And if Asir is competing with Alula, for what purpose? It actually defeats the end goal. So when we talk about partnerships, this is where I'd like you to jump in as well. In how do we, in this last bit of time, talk about how do we develop destination partnerships as destinations? What needs to happen? So someone coming into Riyadh spends their time in Diriyah, on their way to Asir. After Asir, they go to Alula, then Neom, because someone coming in from the region, and especially internationally, they're not going to come in for one destination alone. Jerry, your point of view on that, please.
Yeah, I mean, for many years now, there's been one word in global tourism and marketing that everybody knows, and that's linkage. It's my belief with the GCC and the Arabian Renaissance that we're going through, that in the next 10 years, you're going to see a dramatic increase in length of stay, because the itineraries now have so much, there's so many more things to do. You know, you went into Petra to see, you went into Jordan to see Petra, you obviously went into Egypt for their vast things. But now with Saudi coming on, a lot of people don't realize Saudi Arabia is 5 times the size of California, and tourism in California is abundant. So there's so much here. The other beautiful thing is that, with praise to the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness, and to His Excellency Al-Khatib, the CEOs of all of the giga projects are remarkably very close.
Yes.
We don't see ourselves in competition with each other. We see ourselves as components of Vision 2030 and components to His Excellency Al-Khatib's strategy. So there's so much to see here that if we do our end, it's like an Olympic relay race where you have 5 laps. We're all going to win our lap. But it means the kingdom wins the lap.
Indeed.
Because it will have hundreds of different experiences. That activates Bahrain, because they're doing it now. Qatar, they're doing it now. You know, obviously our brothers and sisters in the Emirates, Oman are doing it. So there's a lot of synergy now, because there's hundreds of things to do in the kingdom, and that will have economic benefit all through Arabia.
I think what you're saying is important as well, that there's a time when inspiring sibling rivalry is a good thing, but you're all the same family,
Yeah,
and the family
absolutely.
must work together, and that's where that model can be taken by any destination in the world, where provinces and states naturally compete, but they represent one flag itself.
Absolutely.
Your Royal Highness, from your perspective.
Just to confirm this point, I visited Jerry and Al Diriyah several times to learn from what I'm still waiting for your visit to us here.
I'm coming tonight.
So it's absolutely, I echo what he said. It's different, beautiful phrase that you said, different components of Vision 2030 under the strategy of the tourism, which we have our own regional strategy, but we are totally linked with the national matrix that His Excellency is drawing, and his beautiful team, Princess Haifa and everybody in the team. We are totally integrated in it. Actually, our dealings with the Ministry of Tourism is that they don't know where their offices are. We're joint offices. Really.
And that,
you can ask them.
Which is lovely, because it's not just a physical expression, it's psychological. And so I think as we now see the clock kicking down, I'm going to ask yourself, because Jerry used the word linkages, which is important. Linkages psychologically, but also linkages in infrastructure.
Yeah.
From your expertise, what do you find are absolute priorities to make these linkages truly efficient to unlock growth?
No, we are hospitality developer and investor in different countries. So we have developed hotels and invested in many different locations, such as Kazakhstan in Aktau, where it's a desert by the Caspian Sea and it is not favorable for swimming. And then we actually had many challenges. So in some other countries that we try to develop, we invest our own money, we attract the funds, and we take a big risk, and we try to run after the government to help us. Please, give us the chance to have the charter flights from this neighboring country. It was quite really funny to be in that position to convince the government to help you. In here, we are being chased by the government. Government is already there. The moment I came here in 2019, I was told one-stop shop, everything is here. And my license was issued in 2 days by the help of MISA, the Ministry of Investment. And of course, the Ministry of Tourism told us, you know what, we have established Tourism Development Fund. It is there to help you. Just move. We want you to start as soon as possible. The second thing is connecting destinations within Saudi. As it is a government strategy, it's not initiative. In Turkey, we were the initiative of Antalya strategy. It's a single city within the country. Here, you have the government behind you. So they are ready to help you to connect destination from one to another. So we actually prepared destination journey, starting from Taif all the way to Jeddah, and then King Abdullah Economic City, and then develop a train car, experiential, immersive experience from Cake to Medina, and then to Al Ula, and then to Hayel. This is what we do. So we have hotels across the region. We have more than 40, and we develop all of them. What we do, Saudis come to stay with us in Turkey. We say, okay, we like you, and then you stay for only 2 days, 3 days. The worst thing in hospitality is short length of stay. We wanna extend it. And we figured out together with our stakeholders, tour operators are very important. Online tour operators are important, but conventional tour operators are important as well. So through their help, we promote other destinations of our hotels and places, and then we convince people to stay 3 days here, 3 days there, 3 days there, and then you sell the package, You create. One more final thing is you have to give enough and complete experience journey to people. You can't just open beautiful attractions, spend billions of dollars, and then hope that people are going to go on online travel agencies and book and come to you. This doesn't work that way. Source marketing was very important. I believe in the efforts of STA, that they are working around the clock, country by country, going to the destination, the origination to source market, to bring those people into Saudi. So I really congratulate the country, and I'm really happy as an investor, as a risk taker, together with Saudi government.
I think building on that, and as we pull this all together, what you're saying is find the opportunity, ask the source market, ask the partner, what is the barrier to making this happen? And then find the solutions to unlock that.
I'll give you an example. If you provide excellent infrastructure, beautiful airport, excellent hotels, okay, training of the staff is the best. However, if you do not give the permission to the charter flights, if the travel to there is not affordable, It's not going to work because people are not only looking at the hotel cost, they are looking at the total money that they're going to spend throughout the entire journey. We had a very bad experience that the national carrier in one of the countries tried to put blockage and limitations on the new charter flights. Why?
Crazy.
I'll give you an example. Fly Dubai wanted to come to Turkey, to different destinations, 10 different cities in Turkey. And then national carrier blocked it. You know what happened? The president of Turkey, we went to him and asked his help. Next day, Fly Dubai was able to fly anywhere it likes. And with landing costs and the handling service to be at competitive price as the national carrier. Then it's done. We have direct flights from Dubai to 10 different cities in Turkey, you know? There is no reason to be afraid, you know? People will come. As long as you take your security measures, people don't come to harm you. They come to be guests. And one final thing, in tourism, we call customers guests. You know, we don't call them customers. And imagine Saudi Arabia's culture is the best to show. It's in their DNA to host the guests. So we are in the right place and we are in the right sector.
Absolutely. And I think importantly, the vision is clear. The intentions are clear, the beneficiaries are clear, the guests are clear, and the opportunity for partnership is clear. And what is very much clear is that we have superb leaders leading the destination going forward who look forward to working superbly together. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for the time you've shared, for the little seeds of insight you provided, and for gracing our stage. Shukran.
And thank you very much.
Thank you, Rita. Only one today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Anita, and to our panelists. A fantastic session there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, all world regions enjoyed strong rates of tourism recovery for the first 7 months of this year. Fantastic news. And these results show that international tourism, it remains well on track to reach 80% to 95% of pre-pandemic levels this year. However, there's always a but, isn't there? The challenging economic environment that we're seeing continues to be a critical factor in reaching that effective recovery of international tourism in 2023, and that's according to the UNWTO. So what can be done? Well, to address all of this and discuss this, we have our next panel focused on enabling tourism investment, and we welcome Suzanne Kiampo to facilitate the conversation. The stage is yours, Suzanne. Take it away.
Thank you, Maria. I'm very much looking forward to moderating our next conversation, where we're going to be focusing on infrastructure development, regulatory framework, investment incentives, promotion, marketing, sustainable practices, public-private partnership, all the fun stuff. So without further ado, I would love to welcome to the stage His Excellency Kostas Koumi, the Deputy Minister of Tourism from Cyprus. If you could please join me. And Mr. Raul Gonzalez, Chairman of Barcelo Group. As well, Mr. Saleh Al-Kapti, Deputy of Investment Development at the Ministry of Investment, and Mr. Badr Al-Harbash, Chief Strategy Officer at the Tourism Development Fund. Hello, Mr. Raul, if you could sit right here for me, please. Yes, and Mr. Salah, you're in seat number 3. Mr. Badr, you're in seat number 4. Excellent. And then, hello. Good to see you again. So, are we ready to rock and roll? We're ready to make some public-private partnerships here, make some magic happen? Yeah?
Yep. All
right. We only have 20 minutes, I'm afraid, so we have lots to cover.
You can keep it to one question if you want.
So I'm going to start with Your Excellency from Cyprus.
Good morning.
Where I've visited a few times. Love it. It's been too long, though. It's been 5 years for me, so time to come back.
I hope you will come back to Cyprus soon.
Inshallah. But like
Inshallah.
actually, inshallah. So I want to know from you, how can public-private partnerships, collaborations develop tourism destinations and services?
That's a very nice question. First of all, let's say that it is inevitable, it is vital, it is very important, and of course, it is beneficial, the collaboration between private and public sector when it's happening successfully. I think it is very important for the discussion to clarify the responsibilities, let's say, for each sector. The responsibilities of the public sector is to establish infrastructures or to maintain the infrastructures when already exist, to develop the successful branding strategies, and to assure high standards of quality in every destination. The responsibilities of the private sector, which are not exactly responsibilities, is a decision making to proceed, to invest. This is happening only when the private sector is investing, is proceeding to the investment process, when they really feel that there is the right conditions exist. It is something which was discussed basically in the previous panel discussion. The private sector is proceeding when the public sector is ready to support any investments. In Cyprus, I would say that we have successful cases. The cooperation between the public and the private sector, let's say, started 3 decades ago. Tourism reached high standards, high numbers of visitors in Cyprus at the beginning of 80s. And at the end of 90s, we realized that we need, for example, bigger airports. The government itself, the state, it wasn't financially could support it. And we proceed to the construction of new airports through the well-known method build, operate, transfer with the involvement of the private sector. We did the same recently. Recently, we concluded that we need, as a country, as a tourist destination, to empower, to enrich the offered product. We concluded that we need large-scale investments. So we followed the same practice, and we established marinas in different cities. Again, recently, we working in the same basis to reach the offered product. We concluded that it's about time in Cyprus to create a casino. So we offer some incentives to the private sector internationally. We announced a public procurement, and that happened about 5-6 years ago. And 1 month ago, we opened the largest casino resort of Europe. So the cooperation between public and private sector, it is very, very important. It is very beneficial when it's happening, like I said, successfully. And it could also, the private and public sector could also collaborate in the branding procedure as well.
So that casino is a good segue to Mr. Gonzalez to discuss about how recent changes in the global economy could be affecting investment strategies, and essentially how could tourism enablement, what is required for tourism enablement to ease investment in tourism?
First of all, I think that it's important to explain a little bit the history. I try to explain, looking, if we go to 1950, I don't know if the people know, but in all the world, you have 25 million tourist international passengers, 25 million.
Now or in 1950?
No, in 1950,
Oh,
25 million.
Much more.
Before COVID, in 2019, 1,500 million. And in 1950, the top 5 hotels in the world, they receive 71% of the tourist passengers. And the countries that was not in the list in the first 15 only received 3% of the international passengers. Now, the situation is completely different. Now, the top 5 represent not 71%, represent 25%, and the countries that are not in the top 15 represent more than 50%, from 3% to more than 50%. That means that it's a huge change. Years ago was a completely different business, different activity, was a pure luxury. A few countries travel to a few countries. Now is the people from many countries travel to all the world around. And we started in Spain. Spain is second largest country in the world in terms of international tourists. But we moved to the Caribbean 40 years ago, and obviously this part of the world had grew a lot. Now we are trying to change to Asia and Middle East. Why? Now, in Asia and Middle East represent, in terms of number of tourists, 30% of the total tourists in the world. And in terms of the spending, is represent 35%. And in particular, the Middle East now have 2% of the worldwide supply. But in terms of pipeline, represent more than 11%. And I think it's a huge change. That's the reason, because we try to understand which are the trends. We are working now with Google for trying to work in the predictions about the supply and about the demand, and how to understand how can be the future of the tourists in terms of supply and demand. And we had not any present years ago in the region. Now we have more than 3,000 rooms. We're trying to grow in this part of the world. What we need for trying to grow is, I think, like I had explained before, my friend Tamein's, I think connectivity is very important. I think that try to reduce bureaucracy and to be simple. I think that it's also important that the concept, the vision about the tourist must be not like the hotel industry is not only a location. It's an experience, it's happiness, it's much more. And like the minister had said before, I think that it's very important. Each country is interesting, and the local flavor and try to understand the local culture is very important. If we standardize a lot our offer to the market, I think will be a big issue, because we must to be more local, because the experience of the guest must be local. If it is completely global, the people don't want to travel in the future. Why I want to travel if I have the same experience everywhere?
Yeah, that's a really interesting point, because I think what's unique about Saudi Arabia, and what I've experienced is my first trip to Saudi Arabia was in 2015. And so I've seen it evolved very rapidly, more so than other countries in the Middle East, I would venture to say, my own personal analysis. And I think that what is unique is that Saudi Arabia is hanging on to that cultural experience, but then providing global experiences that create connectivity, and that is part of Mr. Al-Kapti's many jobs. And so your responsibility is not only hospitality and tourism, but also entertainment, cultural, and sports industries, which obviously we've seen lots of investment in sports here, which are supporting the tourism sector in the kingdom, definitely. Yeah. So what role does the Ministry of Investment as a government entity have in enabling the investment investment in tourism in the kingdom? And also, what are your future plans to stimulate the growth sector? I mean, what else could we potentially see coming through the pipeline?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I'd like to begin where they ended in the previous one. Like Prince Turki said, this is all a fabric of Vision 2030. All these pieces are cogs in the big machine to achieve that vision. And one of the key targets is having 50% of non-oil contribution to the GDP of the sector. And in Ministry of Investment, we're looking at 22 sectors, among which is the sector of tourism, developing the investment plans that help reach the aspirations of the Vision 2030. Now, our favorite is the tourism part, and probably because of three main elements. But before the three elements, like you said, we are a culture of hospitality. We call them guests in the Arabic fabric. It's an honor to receive guests, but part of the aspirations of Vision 2030 is 150 million visitors by 2030, 10% contribution of the tourism sector to the GDP, and creating 1 million jobs in tourism. His Excellency Al-Khatib announced Al-Qiddiya, so that these are one of the questions is how do you bring this young population, about 70% below the age of 35, how do you bring them to the sector? And it's these mega projects like the Qiddiya one announced yesterday. Now we have two things going well for us. Number one, the attractive investment environment. With the strong government support, you saw His Royal Highness Prince Turki of Asir talking about the first strategy of Asir. We hear the Qiddiya. Jerry talked about the strategy of Al-Qiddiya and Red Sea. These are anchor projects that will beget other projects, will allow other investments to flourish around it and allow the SMEs and bring these jobs to that sector. Second is we were endowed naturally by these attractive tourism assets, from the Green Mountains and Asir, Taif, Al-Baha, to these beautiful coastlines in the Arabian Sea and the Arabian Gulf, to the beautiful deserts. And that gives us a wide range of choices, aspirations, and clustering these beautiful destinations put together. We're working with our colleagues in the Ministry of Tourism to expand the length of the tourism season and making it possible for investors to have better visibility, but also predictability on the length of the season and the connectivity of the assets. We put pressure on all our sister government entities, from logistics, land and air connectivity to all of this. So it's a government effort. We're looking at it from an investment point of view. When we look at the 22, different sectors and the contribution to reach our target of $3.2 trillion of capital formation, we believe the tourism and our success in tourism is key and will have a trickle effect on the other sectors. So we're working with His Excellency Al-Khatib, Princess Haifa, their teams, our friend Mahmoud Abdul Hadi, Badr. We're working as one team, and we're literally a family. We push each other, we challenge each other. That's the healthy stress that will allow us to reach those targets.
Well, Raul said that not having bureaucracy helps with enabling investment. So it sounds like we're already tackling that potential pitfall.
Yeah. The targets prevent bureaucracies from happening. But one piece of information worth noting: when you last visited Saudi Arabia, the tourism sector was contributing $12 billion only to the GDP. That was
oh no, that was my first trip. So the last time I was here a couple times last year, but then I came in 2020. Saudi Arabia was the last country I was in.
I have two numbers. Don't ruin the point.
Well, I went to Al-Ula. I went to Al-Ula in 2020.
Okay.
So
that's
then,
magnificent. But again, from 2015, $12 billion to last year of $49 billion contribution. So we're still taking off, but we've quadrupled since then.
And then how many visitors? So if your goal is 150 million by 2030, where are we at now?
I cannot take everything from Badr. So
all right, okay. Well, then I'll let you answer that question.
I don't have the number. I'm not going to throw him under the bus. But
well, that's a good segue.
That's in a nutshell, and trying to respect the time to get to it.
How many visitors are we at now if 150 is the
Last
goal
year we
and 50
welcomed
million?
around 94 million tourists, locally and internationally. And linking to your question,
It's post-COVID, that's amazing.
I mean, introducing the Tourism Development Fund in the context of your first question, where the importance of private and public partnership, I think our existence is a living and breathing testament to the importance and the success of this. And I have 3 evidence points. One, in the 3 year of existence of the Tourism Development Fund, we activated or supported around 28 billion riyals worth of investments. That's around $8 billion. And 3/4 of that is from the private sector. So that is purely led by the private sector, and definitely more is coming in the pipeline and in an accelerated manner. Another evidence point is that we have already supported around 900 SMEs, which is the backbone of the tourism economy, specifically in Saudi Arabia, where more than 90% of the establishments here in tourism are led by SMEs. We support them financially and non-financially. And thirdly is through the partnerships, as my brother Saleh had mentioned. We work in cohesion, in collaboration. We noticed that investors, there are prerequisites to activating incentives aside from the debt, equity, or guarantees that we might provide. It's first understanding the context, the strategy and the direction we're heading to, and all the different elements and players in the kingdom. And that's our role in TDF, where we ensure that we protect the investors' interests towards activating a successful product that is well connected to the story of the cluster, destination, kingdom, and region in general.
Mm-hmm. And so what would be the main initiatives that you could target now to support foreign investors? Like what is needed, and what would a main initiative be kind of right now? And if I were an American investor, for example, which I could be, I mean, who knows?
Let's take the extreme case where you're interested to enter Saudi, but you don't know where to go.
Yes.
So we did all the analysis, as His Excellency Al-Khatib likes to say, we did an MRI on Saudi Arabia. We know exactly where and what we want to develop, so we would guide you. And then depending on the value proposition of, let's say, if you're an operator, the brand, we would match you to the shortlisted destinations that you would head to and activate anchor destinations that would be magnets towards attracting tourists there, while mobilizing all the SMEs and local flavor around that offering that you might establish there. So it's never about one asset or one project. It's about the value proposition of the cluster and the destination, where the local flavor and local communities play a significant role in activating that.
So I think I have a question that's one that I get often, and I think it falls into the sort of keeping the experience, the cultural, staying true to the culture and the cultural experience, but then also attracting foreign tourists and foreign investors, and like a casino, for example, or alcohol, for example. I mean, I'm sure you get this question: are we going to see things that bring investors and money in Saudi Arabia, or is that something that would be a no-no and wouldn't be able to be part of the culture, and therefore you can't foresee it happening?
We had a target of 100 million visitors by 2030. We already reached 94 million, and our target has increased to 150 million. We have our own culture, our own value proposition, and we will stick to that. So
basically you don't need it.
It doesn't. We have offering. We believe that we have offerings that is well established in the market to attract tourism that will activate the communities in Saudi Arabia and create jobs for generations to come.
And I think to add to Badr's, and I'm aware of the time, but to add to what he said.
No, it's okay. We can keep
yes,
going. It's fascinating.
I think what is unique about us is staying the same.
Yeah.
But when you come to attract foreign direct investors, like he said, first of all, they want clarity on the opportunities and who's doing what and a clear strategy. And I think His Excellency Al-Khatib and his team, they've done that in an excellent manner. Number two is the promise, and that's one of the key things for us at Ministry of Investment, is the quality of the investment climate improves year on year. And that's a promise we give, that we will stand an equal distance from all investors, whether they're Saudi, whether it's a joint venture, whether it's a foreign 100% Saudi investor, will be standing an equal distance from all of them, equal opportunities. What will prevail is the strategy and how we will achieve it. And we will constantly work, like he said, with enablers, guarantees, and incentives if needed to, to bridge the gaps in the quality of the investment climate, length of the seasons, and all of that. And more products will come. We're working hard with Ministry of Tourism and our sister entities in the government and center of government to bring these in place. And trust us, they have, His Excellency Al Khatib is on us day and night to get this achieved by 2030 or before.
So are we going to see a Saudi-Cyprus tourism deal?
The best help we do sometimes as government, stay out of the way of the business community and let them do it. So we will provide the right climate, and it will happen.
I suppose this is Mr. Gonzalez who then kind of can foster this partnership.
I think that always is positive that the countries can collaborate. We'll be more than happy. We are close to have properties here, and more than happy to have hotels in Cyprus. We can talk later on.
Yeah, there we go. We want to make some deals here. So
it's another room happening.
So I wanted to ask you about Al Ula, because I had a really wonderful time there, and it was the last trip that I took before the whole world shut down. I was in Al Ula for March 2020, and it was the Tantura Nights. So it was this concert where they brought Iranian singers, and so my dad is Iranian, and so I was taking pictures with them and sending them back, and he was like, "Oh my God, these are legends." And so, were you involved in that?
No, I was stuck in China at the time. It was before my government days.
But is that something we'll see more of? Because I found it was really striking, because it was very powerful, and we talked about connectivity, needing connectivity, and that's a really good example. And so will we see more of that, and what could it look like?
I think naturally you'll see more of that, and you'll see more destinations similar to Tantura. I think that was an example of what we can do as a kingdom, and I think more of that will happen and continue to happen.
And more year-round activation. So we want to avoid seasonality as much as possible in any destination, because that offers a better business case for our investors as well.
Yeah. As beautiful as Tantura was in the winter, you'll find other places that are just as beautiful in the summer, like Asir, Al-Baha.
Yeah, I haven't been yet. Next trip.
As far as I have seen during the discussion, is that more or less we are facing the same challenges.
Yes.
Seasonality is a big issue for us as well. And we all agree that not the four of us, I think all of us, we all agree that what is the most important fact is to offer to the visitors a nice journey, a total experience. As about your question about partnerships, I think Cyprus and Saudi, for example, of course, they can establish partnerships. I know I'm informed about your plans to invest in Neom City. If I'm not mistaken, Neom City is only 2 hours flight from Cyprus. So at the same time, for example, as Cyprus, as a country, as a tourist destination, we are targeting, let's say, countries like USA, which is very far away from us. And probably we could establish partnership to offer to these markets, to this big source of visitors, enjoying package, combining experience of 2 different countries, combining, let's say, experience of, let's say, 2 different cultures. Actually, there are no many differences between the 2 cultures. It is my second visit in Saudi Arabia within 2 months. I believe, I have the feeling that as citizens, as people, we have the same way of thinking.
So connectivity to grow, reducing bureaucracy, and continuing cultural experience.
Yeah.
Well then, I really appreciate all of your taking the time to be here today. I feel like we had a really productive conversation, and I look forward to seeing what comes out of it. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suzanne, and to our panelists. A fantastic discussion there. All right, we have a very, very special moment now in our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for the official World Tourism Day handover to the new host country for next year, 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage the Deputy Minister of Georgia, Her Excellency Mariam Kevrevishvili. Mariam, great name. The stage is yours. Welcome, Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency Minister Al-Khatib, distinguished guests, I would like to welcome you here. Salam alaikum. It is my great privilege and honor to be standing right here today in front of all of you with this very big privilege of the handover process of the next host country status from Saudi Arabia to my home country, Georgia. As we have gathered here in Riyadh and we join forces to celebrate the power of tourism, which has huge contribution into global communities, global economy, creation of jobs, and ensuring that jointly we strengthen relationships with diversified cultures and communities, I'm very proud to be part of this process. Even though the times have been very challenging, and we know that tourism has struggled quite significantly, tourism has showcased very strong resilience towards all the challenges. However, and luckily, it managed to grow farther. It managed to grow farther and have even bigger impact on global economy and creation of jobs. And of course, with that, I would like to use this opportunity to first and foremost thank each and every one of you, global leaders, from public and private sector for your immense contribution into making your own country's tourism industry stronger, and with that, contributing into global tourism recovery. Of course, I mean, today now I represent my own country, Georgia, a small country which majority of you know by Zurab's country. Georgia is at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, which is considered to be the world's one of the fastest growing economies. Regardless the challenges of the worldwide, with the right vision and leadership, our government has ensured that we have maintained the stability and two-digit economic growth rate. Georgia proudly holds the position of number 6 on ease of doing business. We are ranked as one of the safest destinations in the world, and I believe majority of you would agree that you always see Georgia among must-to-travel destinations throughout 4 seasons. We are a nation which strongly believes and values hospitality, and hospitality is part of our DNA. I'll even tell you that in Georgia, back home, we don't call tourists, we call them guests. And also, I think it's important for you to know that we have a saying back home, that a guest is a gift from God. So with that value and with that aspiration in our hearts, we are very pleased and honored to be the next host country of UNWTO's World Tourism Day in 2024 with the theme of tourism and peace. And our nation takes this with not only with huge responsibility, but also with huge honor, because we have a very deep-rooting belief in the power of tourism. The power of tourism, which has huge impact on the peace, and which has huge impact on connecting people from diverse communities and ensuring that we have bridge of communication between nations. I would like to use this opportunity, of course, while being here, to extend warm invitation to each and every one of you for next year. Come and visit us in my home, Zurab's home, Secretary General's home, and you'll have opportunity to personally experience the world's famous Georgian hospitality, the most delicious food ever tasted, obviously beautiful nature, and what's most importantly, and what we believe in, you will personally experience what we as Georgians mean when we say that a guest is a gift from God. I would like to once again, in my closing lines, thank UNWTO Secretary General and the whole team here in Saudi Arabia for a warm welcome, and again thank all the member states of European Commission for showcased support and supporting Georgia's candidacy as the next host country for UNWTO's World Tourism Day. Thank you very much, and next time we meet in Georgia. Thank you.
Stumari is a Georgian word for guest. And hardly in Georgia there exists any other rank higher than that of Stumari. Stumari is a gift of God, said someone a long time ago, and we all agreed. As you touch Georgian land, better fasten your napkin, as you will be taken to the wild ride of feasts and toasts, and whoos, and have some mores. Stumari deserves a royal rest. And when you're ready to see some more, don't ask internet, ask your nearest Georgian. Each of us has already planned where to take you next.
Follow the trail to the magic lakes.
Go where wine was born.
Drive to ancient caves.
Browse the street market.
Jump in the waves. Have a breath of fresh air.
Bar hop through Old City.
Take a break from your smartphone. Soak in nature. Go see Capital of Poets.
Sing with our friends.
Dance through the night.
Meet the sky and the mountains. Stumari is our pleasure, our calling, and our mission is unchanged, to make you fall in love, and may that love always bring you back. Be Stumari of Georgia. Great stories guaranteed.
Fantastic news, and congratulations once again, Georgia, for this big honor of hosting the World Tourism Day 2024. And ladies and gentlemen, the decision on which country hosts the UN's World Tourism Day is made, of course, by the United Nations World Tourism Organization. And it's important to note that hosting the World Tourism Day is seen as an opportunity for the host country to showcase its tourism in terms of potential, culture, and achievements in the tourism sector. It also provides a fantastic platform to address global tourism challenges and promote sustainable practices. And ladies and gentlemen, last night during the gala dinner, we saw a new and groundbreaking initiative that was announced by the UNWTO, the Tourism Opens Minds initiative, and that was created to encourage people to travel far and wide across this beautiful planet, and also to encourage governments, tourism boards, and the private sector to make the unfamiliar familiar and the lesser known more accessible. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we continue, and it's time really to wrap up and come to an end of these fantastic a day and a half so far before lunch. And before we do go to lunch, we have a very special closing. I'd like to call back to the stage Mr. Fahad Hamidaddin, CEO and Executive Officer of the Saudi Tourism Authority. The stage is yours. Okay, I will deliver some closing remarks myself. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this event, let's reflect on the past day and a half, the valuable insights shared here at this fantastic conference. We began by discussing the importance of sustainable tourism practices, aligning with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and recognizing World Tourism Day as a global platform for promoting responsible tourism. Our distinguished speakers, well, they highlighted the significance of investment in shaping the future of tourism, emphasizing collaboration, partnerships, and engagements with local communities as key drivers of inclusive and equitable growth. And now, as we wrap up, we remember that the future of investment in tourism lies in our collective efforts to promote responsible practices, engage local communities, and foster meaningful partnerships. And let's carry this forward as we continue to shape the path of sustainable tourism together. And ladies and gentlemen, before we break for lunch, a very quick announcement to all UNWTO member countries interested in visiting the regional office here in Riyadh. We're organizing a visit to the office today from 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. in the presence of His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib and the UNWTO Secretary General Zurab Pololikashvili, and the cars will leave at 4 p.m. That's an announcement there for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like now to call up all the ministers that are here for a family photo. I call you all up on stage, all the ministers that we have here in the room, any also that you know that are outside, maybe taking photos or having media interviews, if you could all come here to the stage. And that brings us to the end. We conclude the Tourism Leaders Forum, and I want to thank all of you so much for being part of this impactful event, and look forward to your collaborations and the journey ahead. And before we go, though, we have a very special announcement. If the Secretary General is here of the UNWTO, aha, someone's here, fantastic. Please make your way to the stage for some very exciting news to end our conference with. And as we've been hearing, this has been the biggest, has it not? The biggest ever World Tourism Day. And we've had, more than 40 ministers of tourism here and hundreds of delegates. And it's truly been a local and global celebration, but you have some very exciting news, don't you? Something called a brand new identity that's about to be unveiled. Okay. I hand over to you for that amazing special announcement.
Okay.
So we have a video, I believe.
I don't have the
over to you.
Mic. I don't know what you have there in the program, but thank you. Maria, first of all, and I will make such kind of closing remarks very quickly. First of all, thank you, dear Excellency, and all your fantastic team. I know how difficult it is to host people coming from 100 different countries. And as we all saw yesterday, it was great. I asked His Excellency what you will do if you have here General Assembly, or what is the next event, and the reply was, we will go to moon. And sometimes he's joking, but then it's become reality. Thank you. And I want to thank to each member of your team, each member of this hotel, and not only this hotel, everyone who were with us with these 2 days, and thank you again. Now, from my country, next year we are going to another my country to host World Tourism Day. Mariam, it will be a big challenge, as you saw yesterday, to do something different, to do something competitive. Of course, I'm joking. We don't have nothing to compete. We have to be together. It will be my pleasure to host all of you, and I'm very excited and very happy. Now in my Georgia, we met once 3 or 4 years ago there, and I'm was very uncomfortable because it was mask times. Now, next year, inshallah, we will meet without masks and without PCRs. And today we wanted to, again, to show you the new era and new rebranding, a new name of our organization, which we will present in Uzbekistan during General Assembly. Executive Council approved already this new rebranding of UNWTO, which will be UN Tourism, with your decision, with your permission, dear member states. And let me to show this video and see you this afternoon in our office. I really want you to feel like in your home, it's your office, and we'll be very happy to continue today's and yesterday's very important World Tourism Day. Again, Happy World Tourism Day, and again, invest in tourism and invest in education. This will be the message of today from our side. So thank you very much for your attendance and collaboration, partnership, friendship, and shukran. Thank you, Maria, for your support.
Thank you so much.
Conference. It was very important because you made all of us very happy and very motivated to work.
Thank you so much, Secretary General Pololikashvili. Thank you so much for your kind words, and thank you to a fantastic audience. And just to remind us, we're going to remind you, we're about to see a brand new logo now, a brand new identity for the World Tourism Organization. And this new identity reflects where the organization is today and where it's going tomorrow. Here it is. Absolutely beautiful. There you have the unveiling of the UN World Tourism Organization's new identity there. UN Tourism, fantastic, and so important and significant since this has been the biggest ever World Tourism Day celebration ever. Thank you, all of you, so much. Shukran jazila. And we come to the end of this part of our conference. I was going to say celebration. It is a celebration, isn't it? A celebration of tourism. As the minister said, this is such a happy, happy sector. It really is. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you to everybody. And as we conclude the Tourism Leaders Forum, I want to thank all of you, every single one of you, for being part of this impactful event. And we look forward to further collaborations in this journey. Shukran jazilan wa masalama. And I ask all the ministers to kindly make their way to the stage for a family photo. Thank you so much. Please be back here at 2 o'clock for lunch. Ilalika. Bye-bye. Thank you so much.